Want to grow your business? Advertise with the Tonya Burns Show and unleash your brand's potential. Contact us today for advertising rates. Call 810-354-5843. That's 810-354-5843 or email hcrcga@gmail.com.
Hey, everybody. Producer Jay, am I sideways?
No, you good.
Okay.
I mean,
there we go.
I'm sorry. We had a technical difficulty. Yeah, it decided for some reason not to play. So.
Oh, not good. Listen, hey, everybody. Look, happy Sunday. We did not come on. Now, why does it show half of my head now?
I don't know, but you're fine on this way, so you're good.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just still maybe when you talk. Okay. So I'm good. Listen, thank you all for joining us this evening. We will be on here for 24.8 hours today. So listen, click like, share, and subscribe. Click like, share, and subscribe. And drop in the chat where you're from. Drop in the chat. And I cannot see my chat, y'all. So y'all gonna have to excuse me because we had a lot of technical. He did not. So hey, Merck76, and could you put their names in the chat as they're coming up? Jasmine M, Stephanie Rogers. I can't see everybody's, y'all. So I am sincerely apologizing. Patrick G. So everybody that is in the chat, I'm trying to use two different devices. And Lord have mercy, they make this writing so small on this other one. It is like tiny. It is tiny. So listen, wherever you are from, thank you for joining us and giving us your time. We will be on here for a marathon of 24.6 hours today, nonstop. So grab your drinks, grab your snacks, because we're going to have at it. Y'all know I'm just joking. Just joking. But look, that last show, thank you to everybody who stayed on for it. It was a long show, but there's a lot of information that is coming out. One thing we know that a lot of our local news stations don't even want to cover the news. So you find out the news just by way of me being transparent. That was my campaign promise, and I'm keeping it. We even have our news. Y'all case Stephanie called and said they don't want to cover the weather. So let's look at, for me, it is being transparent, talking about the issues that are happening in our community that we normally would not hear about and bringing light to it. So drop in where you're from. And I'm glad y'all here. And so I probably need to be doing some sharing myself, y'all. I truly, truly do. So listen, let's begin with, if you are a Lions fan, we're grieving today. We're grieving today. If you are a Lions fan, yeah. The good old Lions. We're gonna miss them. They had their best season this year, and their best season. That's just so it's clear for all the haters on there and all of those Green Bay Packers and them folks with the burgundy or gold, who beat us yesterday. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to the playoffs. And so I want to make sure, thank you first to the Detroit Lions for a phenomenal season. Best season in over 90 years, 90 plus years. So they had the best record in franchise history, back-to-back division championships, back-to-back playoff appearances, and 7 Pro Bowlers, 6 All-Pros. So we had a phenomenal season. I've been with the Lions and supporting them when they didn't win any games, the worst team. And so to make it this far, they had a wonderful season, and we hope that they have an even better one next year. But with 5 turnovers, you had some problems. We knew it. So to all those fans who, we loyal, what they say, we bleed blue and silver. So anyways, so we're gonna go over a few things today. We are not gonna be on here 24 hours. We know that 5 hours has some folks up in the roar. I don't worry about y'all content. Don't worry about mine. But I'm going to put it out there so that the folks can decide. I'm going to continue to do that. That is not going to change. So I want to get into a couple things because Each council person had $30,000 to spend, each one. Access to food, being able to afford food, and having and living in a food desert is very real for residents in the city of Flint. So one of the things that I did with my ward money was I wanted to make sure I'll be able to see my money, and it would be used in the community. So let me be clear. I put in for Bethel to get 50,000 for food access. The administration denied it. There's over $600,000 in food access, and they denied it. They denied. It was not the planning and development who's doing it. It's not them. It was denied at the mayor's level, his administration, that part, because the resolution was prepared. Uh, we know that they serve up to Bethel Church, which is on Ballinger Highway. They serve hundreds of people every Monday. They're open Tuesday through Friday for COVID testing. They were pivotal in making sure our community was healthy. You get free COVID testing there Tuesday through Friday. You can get your cholesterol tested Tuesday through Friday. You get your blood pressure checked Tuesday through Friday, and you can get your what we say, the sugar. You can get that your insulin levels checked. So they have some basic screenings which are provided free of charge. Free of charge. So one of the things that they ran out of in September with the help centers, which I've talked about, they ran out of money to feed the people. Right, literally across the street from them is a home, Berkeley Place, which houses seniors and it's a large population. And so feeding this area is very populated. We know that poverty and access, as I said, to food is an issue. So when I was speaking with Harold Whitson, who runs it up there, and every time I go up there, y'all, he worked me like there's no union. So at Bethel, but and I volunteer my time, so I have put in and know what it feels like to load that water. Bagging up the vegetables with how they come packaged, in the big on crates and pallets that we have to break them apart. And so I gave the balance of my money. I split it in between two places. One, I wanted to make sure that my community could be fed and that the people in this community could be fed. For $1,000, it gets them a full semi truck from the food bank with meat on it. And so that is what I spent part of my money on. The other part is everybody always complains, and then one of the number one calls, probably into late spring, people's grass starts growing. And so when the grass starts growing, everybody wants their grass cut. The grass is not cut in the vacant homes or homes owned by land bank. I believe they get 2 cuts a year. And so people complain. So what we're doing in the sixth ward, we're going green. We're going green. We're going green, and we will have electric lawnmowers that you can just sign out. We will be having, I did not like this picture, y'all. I ain't lying. We will have electric lawnmowers, electric blowers, electric, whatever you need for it. It's a full garage staff with lawn tools, which will all be electric that you can use. And so all you have to do is sign out, and then you bring it back. And it's kind of on the honor system, but what it provides is a service that we're not just getting one grass cut, we're able to cut grass, and people can. Everybody can't afford a lawnmower. And you don't have to worry about getting the gas for the lawnmower. Why? Because these mowers actually are battery charged, and we're going green, helping to keep our environment clean. So these are my two ward my 2 ward monies that I wanted to use. The other part will go towards furniture. Having the clubhouse, which is now on the state park. We will be able to have new furniture put into the clubhouse, and the clubhouse furniture is really bad. And so this will be part of, and there's other grants that they're looking at to secure that so that we can have meetings there. We meet regularly. There's, Tuesday nights, there's children. We have the ward meetings. They rent it out, and they get to keep all of their proceeds from renting it out, as a matter of fact, unlike Hasselbring and with the new lease. And with Mott Park, they have a 10-year lease at $1 for 10 years. So I wanted to make sure, because it is a center of where people meet. We have hockey in the park, which is across from that. We have the play yard. We have the tennis court. We have the bicycle garden. We have the soccer tournaments that play. Flint soccer plays there. They play there. So soccer tournaments, and you'll see the streets are lined both ways with with cars and kids playing in the soccer league. So great things are happening in the sixth ward. In the sixth ward. So I want to go on to another thing because when we talk about, it's so much to talk about. Um, I want to go on to one thing that I want to say that I have followed for, oh gosh, we know that since the water crisis, we had issues in the sixth ward. And so in the sixth ward, um, really took note to it when a friend of mine, her mother was taken to the hospital and was found to have Legionella. She had Legionella. The next door neighbor had asked the city to come out to test for chlorine residuals in her water. And she made them test in front of her. And so actually, it was Stephanie's mother who it happened to, Miss Flossie, y'all. And so she was hospitalized for it. So one of the things that I made a point of when I literally had to be taught about why is it happening at this end of the city of Flint? And so I've received an education on it through a former DPW director who explained to me it's the furthest end of the part where it goes through the system. And so because we are built up for a system for 250,000, we're 80,000, the water is stagnant. So he said what they're supposed to be doing is making sure that the water is released. It's flushed by the hydrant. Y'all, that wasn't happening. It got to a point where we created letters and we went door to door. Mayor Karen Weaver, former Mayor Karen Weaver, Dr. Weaver, she went. We had Arthur Woodson went, Danielle Green went, and we went to notify people, don't drink the water. Because what had happened was they had come out and said that the water was a problem. And with the water being a problem, it was stagnant. People were getting sick. They had told one of the ladies, I won't give her name, but she lived in the 2900 block of Concord. And they told her, don't consume the water, don't ingest the water, don't bathe in the water. But what they didn't do was tell the community. So we created a flyer, ran the flyer off, knocked on doors, and told people. Actually, that was when the first time we met your Uncle Carl, because who keeps up a ruckus. That was when we first met him. Your camera. Okay, you got to tell me, producer, that push it which way? Forward, back. What way am I doing this? Is that better? Because I can't see.
Push it backwards.
Is that better?
Push it back a little bit.
Push it back. Yeah, we working. We doing some little bootleg stuff. So I'm just trying to tell you. Oh, they don't want to see I did not change my shirt, y'all.
That's
today.
good. That's good.
Okay, are we good now?
I gotta get you an earpiece.
I don't like anything in my ear. I don't want anything. I hate anything in my ear. I got two pair of iPods around here someplace, probably one of the persons I carry. So, listen, we transparent. They working with us. Okay. But I'm good now. I'm gonna have to wear earpiece for you. I'm gonna do that for you.
You good.
Okay. So we good. So if we can put up one of the things, look, y'all, they were so disrespectful about our hydrants. Let me tell you, one day. So what I would do is go over there, actually daily. When it gets hot, I would go daily to see if they were flushing out the water. What flushing consists of is, if you can put up another one, is opening up the hydrants so that the water can flow to put a false demand on it, as if people are using this much water to create a false demand on the water system. So as you see here, this is one of the pictures I took, and I would go there daily to make sure. And then days I couldn't make, I just called Sean Crowdy. Shouts out to Rowdy Crowdy, Sean Crowdy, because this was near him. And so he would just, he would let me know, and like if I could not make it by a certain time, he'd be like, hey, T. Burns, it's still on, to make sure this false demand was being on the system so that the water didn't stay stagnant. This has happened oh shoot, 2021, we started doing this, and they just put this on last year. And so you can see where they put the false demand on the hydrant, to where the hydrant is, uh, the water is being released actually into the street, which was by a sewer. And so the water would just run for weeks. You know, it was supposed to be Monday through Friday, a certain time. That wasn't true. I mean, and it just, it helped to put the false demand on. So what they changed, one day I went by there, y'all, because y'all gonna crack up about this. One day I went by there. They had a weave. They can just be so disrespectful. They put a weave on top of the hydrant. And so the hydrant got a hairdo. It got a hairdo. And so this hydrant had hair. And so this was before, this is one of the days that they did not have the hydrant up there. The hydrant was not open. And so with the hydrant not being open, someone just, you got to take a sense of humor to something that's so serious. So for, oh God, 2 years, 3 years, I done lost track of time. And so now that we have, which I want to show you this. So I was like, how do we change this? And so doing some research, the only way to change this without you having to call and having to drop by, they need to put on a automatic flusher. And so I said, well, what does an automatic flusher look like? And he said, go over to Parkside, go over to where the mansions are. They used to have the same problem. They should have had one on here. So that's the one we have, but can we put the other one up? There's another one, but it looks far back in a lot of line. Nope, not that one. It's far back, kind of in the, nope. So it's further back. Because I had to go over, and it's not even in my ward. It is maybe I'll send it back to you if it didn't come through. And so what I did was I literally went over there because I didn't know. I'm like, well, what does that look like? And he said, I'm ready to send it back to you. And he said, this is what you need to have over there. And I was like, oh, okay, that's it. So over here, this is actually over by where former Mayor Williamson lived, like right across the street. And it's almost like a corner. And so it is right across the street. And so I'm like, well, how do I get that? How do I get that? Because he said, well, you have the same issue. He said they had this problem and they put this on there 7 years ago. They put it on there. And you see there's going to be a little bit rusted out over there. Theirs is. We did not have this. And so my ward, this is on Winona. And along, like from Mackin, it affects from Mackin to Wabash, technically El Dorado too, because of all that system. So we're going to say Flushing Road down to Wabash, and it's going to include El Dorado, Ballinger, down to actually 2 streets across Welch. It actually affects. And so we finally, once I knew what I needed to go and ask for, and knew after I got educated, I was able to go and get this for my ward. So we do now have an automatic flusher. One, we should have had it. They had this 6-7 years ago. And with them having this 6 or 7 years ago, they were able to when they got there 6 or 7 years ago, they knew they had this issue. That area is nothing but housing, and it is populated. There's a populated area. And with it being a very populated area, we kind of came in second. What they had over there in, is it 9th Ward? 8th Ward. It's 8th Ward. They should have had over in the 6th Ward. And so we do now have it. So that is now over there. And so I am thankful. So can we put the new one up? the new one up. Not that one, producer Jay. I need the one, um, we're not the one with the wig on it, but it's the one that's the shortest, a closer up one. Yeah, not, I mean, the weave, not that. Oh, oh, because your camera is behind from mine. Is that no? That I need the one where it's got the yellow device on it. So after advocating, pushing for it, letting them, there we go. Sixth Ward up until 2026, where it's going to change, now has an automatic flusher on there. And what this does is creates a false demand on the system, and people can, the residue, the chlorine residuals won't have to be. You can always call to have your water tested. You can always do that. But what this does is automatically creates this, and it just keeps it, because when it gets warm, the water becomes stagnated. And in some parts, like Flushing Road, it smells like the sewer, y'all, on some parts. And so the sewer department has to come out to like flush that. You can smell it. So I do want to say this: after 3 years, 4 years, this has finally been done. That the water, Legionella, after it was brought to my attention, as I say, Stephanie's mother was hospitalized because of this, and taking heed. These are the things that we don't get our news to cover. Our news doesn't talk about these things, and at the time, we went to the news about it, would not cover it, and so that left us to actually printing off letters, knocking on people's doors and saying, hey, don't drink your water. You need to be drinking straight bottled water. No news agency would cover it. And you can see the difference. Now, they're not going to put one of these devices on unless it's needed. It has been needed. It's been needed for years. It is finally on. And so anywhere like the end of the system, that water becomes stagnated. And you got to think that where that's at, they even had a school over there. Well, Northern, there's no one going there, and then the housing. So this has been done. So kudos to that filing. This is great for residents, that this automatic flusher is put on to create a false demand on the water, so that the water does not stay stagnated. Because having to call them out, and, hey, I need y'all to open up the fire hydrants to create the false demand, that's a job. I mean, literally, and then having to go there every day to make sure that they're still flowing. And then for residents to know that at the end of their block, portions of the street is flooded. It's flooded. So I do want to say that, and that is a great thing. So my ward priorities: Bethel, took care of Bethel Church, making sure they can feed our community. 2, Mott Park, making sure, because that is a hub for families in that area. And so now we are going to go on, and look, we still love them Lions. We still love them Lions. So the next thing, producer Jay, look, we got so much to cover, y'all. So I want to I do want to go on to people ask, and that was something that I get when you travel. People say, well, water is fixed. No, it's not. You cannot drink water from the tap. You cannot. And as long as they're fixing on these fixing on the pipes, which service lines have not been replaced, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem, and they're still working. So the state took over doing the service line replacements. They took over. And when the state took over, and then I'm gonna tell you, you will have rattling, and I've gotten a lot of calls that no matter how many times I clean my toilet, there's just like a charcoal, like a sediment ring. That's because they banging on them pipes, digging stuff up still. And so this water is not something I do not drink. I don't brush my teeth in it. I wouldn't even wash my blankets in it that were white, because it has like a yellow color. And so I took them to my downfield comforters before New Year's. I took them to the cleaners, because the water in some area, it comes out yellow. And I know in my area, I have the apartment complex, Orchard Man, that they're redoing, and then they're building 2 new buildings. And so they're changing the sewer system, and they're working on it. And so I did not even wash my whites in, because the whites come out dingy. They dingy. I was Googling how you get your whites to be white. One said put some vinegar and some oxy 10, and then put some baking soda, then put a little bit of I'm like, it was all kind of stuff, because the water, and as many of you have seen, someone had their water where in their faucet, it was coming out that same color before, which was like a rust, or like a little not rusty, like a little yellowy, but then that's when it's, little rust is coloring the water. And we saw that. So no, do not drink the water from the tap. I am not. They are working on it. So one of the things, how did we get here? And producer Jay, there was a CBS article that was up. The CBS article. And when people say, oh, the water's safe to drink from the tap, now, because they have stated that there's first no safe level of lead that is in the body. Number two, they are not done finishing the service lines. They're not done at all. And so, as long as they definitely working on that. Now, will they have this completed at some time? Absolutely. Because like I told you, gentrification is coming. That $55 billion project in Mundy Township, they're looking for housing here. They're looking for it to be. So look, they're going to clear it up. So I'd want to do is the emergency managers. I want to do that one next. City executive orders. How did we get to this part? You could do a whole story on Flint, and there has been stories done. And the fact that it's not done, Benton Harbor has had theirs completed, and so has it's a Jackson, Mississippi, and we have not. And not having it up is it's a problem. It's a problem. And so we do not have water. People don't trust, and people have a reason to not trust. And so that is one of the reasons why I do my podcast. And so if it takes me 5 hours, I'm going to do it. I don't care. It's my time. No one gets to dictate what I do with my time. And what I wish that we had when the water was poisoned was somebody speaking out, telling us things, sharing information that they have. They did not do that. We were failed at every single level. Residents were failed. Every single level. Every single level. And then when people were questioning and filling city council chambers, they're like, well, nothing's wrong with the water. It's a whole bunch wrong with the water. So in this article, it states ex-emergency managers, city executives charged in Flint water crisis. So none of these people had to pay for anything. I mean, the governor got off, but there were some things in this article which were, we had Attorney Bill Schuette, they changed that, but there were some things that people were, I'm going to put this part down. It says, Bill Schuette says, the crisis in Flint was a casualty of arrogance, disclaim, and failure of management, an absence of accountability. We will proceed to deliver justice to hold these accountable who broke the law. We know that at this point, no one was held accountable. Time after time, and y'all have heard Arthur Woodson, and heard him talk about the water, and he has stayed on it. Now we're dealing with rare cancers, aggressive cancers that are in this community, and people attribute it to the water. I went to a meeting this past Wednesday at the Genesee County Commissioners meeting, and listened to the commissioners. There was the I forget the name, but Woodson spoke, and the lady came in, and it was good information. And they're looking for volunteers. They're looking for volunteers to help with this. And it's hard because Flint still needs help, but then they're asking us to help. This should still be something that is funded by, you can have the local government, the county, the state, the federal. We were failed on all levels. And now I get where they say no, they need volunteers, but people here are still, figuring out, how to handle things. Water, you still can't drink it from the tap. So I do want to go on to what Bill Schuette said, because I'm gonna tie all this in. Still today, the pipes are not completely changed in the city of Flint. Restoration has not been completed. So one part of this in this in this article. It says, what went wrong? It says the false pretenses and conspiracy to commit false pretense charges against Early and Ambrose, which I believe Early is off. I think they were trying to blame him. He said, are based on the defendants gaining authorization to borrow millions using the alleged reason for an additional environmental calamity. Y'all, they borrowed money and said it was some sludge fund that wasn't even here. Timeline of the Flint water crisis. Without the funds for Flint, because we got to know our history, the KWA pipeline would have to be mothballed. However, as a bankrupt city, Flint needed the Michigan Department of Treasury approval to get loans. Emergency manager, and I'm going to read that back, y'all, because it was a whole setup here. It says, without the funds from Flint, the KWA pipeline would have to be mothballed. However, as a bankrupt city, Flint needed the Michigan Department of Treasury approval to get loans. Emergency manager Early's attempts to get funds in January and February 2004 were rejected because the city was in receivership, had a $13 million deficit, and no credit rating. State law banned the city from accumulating any more debt. That's when they started selling things off, and they wanted to close. At that time, they closed Hasselbring Center. Hasselbring Center were closed. Underneath Councilman Mays and underneath the former mayor, Don Williamson, he opened back up the senior centers. Don Williamson did. And Councilman Mays was instrumental in getting the change taken off the doors for those. It says, however, the defendants allegedly used the Home Rule Act, emergency bond clause. And y'all have heard me talk about the Home Rule Act, because how our charter and how it goes to our Home Rule Act. That's how our charter is set up. It says emergency bond clause created to deal with cases of fire, flood, and other calamity, to borrow tens of millions required to pay for Flint's portion of the KWA. And we on Glee with water, y'all, just so y'all know. The cleanup of a troublesome lime sludge lagoon holding byproducts of water treatment became the vehicle to get a state waiver for bonds. Y'all, the slime sludge, it didn't exist. They got the money on a complete lie. Does not exist. So I wanted to get into that and create this timeline, because we have to understand how we got into this. They didn't care about the people, but it was a land here. It is access to where the KWA, which they're up and running, and they did what they had to do to get what they wanted here. And Flint was a casualty. So to date, we have not had our service lines fixed. All of them have not been completed. So if we can put up, Congressman Kildee talked about it. Talked about also our service line replacement. And surprising, I want to give a big shout out to Carrie Cochran with Scripps News, because they have continued to keep Flint in the news. She won an Emmy, and you've heard me talk about it before, for covering this. She won an Emmy award. And so my heartfelt thanks to her and her journalism and her digging into it and keeping it alive. So she said, you know what, I'm going to call Congressman Kildee, see if he'll talk to me. And he did. So can we play that video?
I get frustrated because we try to do our part to make the money available. But I can't just drive a Brinks truck full of money to the city of Flint. They have to use it properly. It's frustrating to me as a member of Congress to deliver $100 million plus to the community and have them still arguing about how they're going to use it when neighbors can't get the remaining lead pipes fixed or the pump stations improved or whatever it might be. That's not acceptable.
Is the local government failing its residents?
Well, if they're focusing on fixing the blame instead of fixing the problem, then they are. I've been frustrated, angered by the idea that the people to blame are the people themselves who are the victims, where it is a system that is unjust, that has created this circumstance, not the people who live in the community. They're the victims. They're not the cause of the problem. Trust can be lost overnight.
Congressman Kildee told us his advice to the city is to drop it.
Nobody should lose their house because they can't afford to pay their water bill for water that they don't trust. My advice as a former county treasurer, and I was the tax collector, my advice is that that's penny wise and pound foolish. For every dollar that you might collect from a poor person who's trying to save their home, you lose economic activity. You push people, more people out of the city.
Is it right to have the residents of Flint shoulder the economic down spiral of Flint?
It's not right. And there's no way that the people of Flint can tax themselves enough to actually accomplish that. They need help. That help should come from the federal government. It should come from the state government. It should come from the region.
What does the future of your hometown look like?
It's uncertain. It's uncertain. It's going to be up to the people of the state and of the community to try to carve that path. I think the opportunities are still there. Flint has good bones, has good people, but we need new investment. And the future depends on whether or not we can deliver that.
You might have to help me to readjust again. I have to plug in. So Congressman Kildee is a retired Congressman Kildee is now over the community foundation. So he decided to not run again. And I appreciate what he did for our community. You don't get elected officials who speak openly and honestly as he did. And I appreciate him sharing that with us. As he stated in that, and that was a mouthful, you can go on to, I'll put it on my page so it'll be there. And again, thanks to Script News, who won an Emmy Award for covering Flint. Because, I mean, the nights and the times I would stay on late with Carrie, and she's like, I just can't believe this. Their work, what they uncovered, was able to be used in court with Judge Lawson. But we got to start fighting for ourselves. We keep focusing on some of the stuff that doesn't even matter. And half these people who, when you talk about the water, y'all got to show up. You got to show up. I was talking to producer Jay about when you watch Tiffany Henyard with Dalton and Thornton, and she's the super mayor, the people show up. The people understand what their assignment is, to work together to remove those who are not servicing them, to remove those who continue to be silent. They're removing those that they're staying focused that if you paying yourself and your nonprofit, Tiffany Henyard was paying her own nonprofit. The people there are showing up to every single meeting. And I get people say, oh, we don't want to come to city council meeting, and we just there so long. How long do you last? I mean, what if we think about the people who fought for us, said, oh, it's just too long. And what we coming up on Black History Month, we celebrate Dr. King's birthday tomorrow. What if he said this is just too much? What if Medgar Evers says this is just too much? What if Malcolm X said this is just too much? These are Black men who were killed. What if Ida B. Wells said this is just too much? What if Harriet Tubman said this is just too much? What if Mary McLeod Bethune said this is just too much? And I could go on and on, because we benefit from some of the things of Frederick Douglass. What if he said, I just can't, let's just go on and on. We set a time limit that our fight ends. And we're not afforded that, actually. And so the first thing people say is, well, Flint residents, let it happen. And trust me, I get y'all don't want to be there, because I'm sitting in that seat also, and I'm there. I get you don't want to hear the infighting. I get you don't want to hear, number one, the people ain't getting what they need. But here's the problem. Some of the council people get more than the residents. I'm not going to be silent on that. I'm not going to do that. They pay their own nonprofit. Yes to my $300,000. Yes to my $25,000. Yes to my $50,000. No, I'm not going to report what I put on my campaign finance, and I'm going to vote to get $3.25 million in ARPA. Yes, I'm going to vote to give $72 million in tax relief to a company coming in. So when we do that, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. Because those are the things, when we look back to the water crisis, nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing. If you if you just don't use one drop of water in the city of Flint, your bill is $60. That's not even using a drop. That's the fees. The fees. Water affordability is something that we need. The HOPE program, I need people to sign up by November if you need help with your taxes, with your home. And Producer Jay, I believe I gave that to you last week. I believe I gave that to you. Sign up for that HOPE program. You can go to the city city second floor city is where the city clerk is. You can go there. And if you don't want to go to that, when y'all walk in them front doors, right to the right, the navigators, tell them what you need help with. If you're looking to get something with housing improvements, if you need help with the water heater, if you need water filters, you want to get on the HOPE program to help save your home. Thank you. Producer Jay, you the man. Producer Jay. Thank you. 2025 homeowners property exemption. Y'all gonna get tired of me saying some things, but let me try to help y'all, because we got to help each other. If we are here, we're in it together. But when you go into City Hall, ask them for this program. Tell them what you need. If you're a senior and you need something, that's what the navigators are there for, to navigate you to get the help that you need. They are there to navigate that. And so I don't want things to not be used. So if you see anybody, and it goes with the income level, apply for this. When you go into City Hall, to the right, ask it. I need to know what the HOPE program is. Go and ask them. Get the help. It says to December. I'm telling y'all, November. Y'all know how we do. I know how I do. So please go get the help that you need. And so I want to, when we listen to Congressman Kildee, this is a program. He said, losing your house because you can't pay for the water. The water you cannot drink. It's real. It's a real thing here. And I don't want that to happen. I don't. So if I can help you, when I know about it, I'm going to share it with everyone. But when council members are getting more than the residents, I'm going to talk about that too. I'm going to talk about it. So that program, go get the help that you need. So I know it's tough, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to probably say it throughout. We got to stand together. What they like is us fighting. What they don't like is me giving y'all the information. They don't like me sharing with y'all. They don't like it. We can have a better community, but we're going to have to be the ones to fight. Like I said, I was just literally on the phone. I said, producer, I don't understand. What is it that Flint, the people in Thornton, is like Chicago area? I said, I'm not understanding. Is it how we were raised? You know, Chicago was one of the places that when you came up from the South and you were a freed Black person. That in Philadelphia, a lot of underground, that's where Black people went. And during Reconstruction, that's where they went. And so for me, it was what makes them keep the fight? Because they giving the super mayor all kind of HE double hockey sticks. She is catching it. And so how do we get Flint residents to care about the community more than they care about the frivolous things? How do we get them there? So and we got to get there. Get involved. If you need help for taxes, use this program. Go to City Hall. It's not open tomorrow. Up until 4:55, 5 o'clock, everybody gone. And ask for help. Or you can always call me. I don't care what ward you live. You do not have to live in my ward for me to help you. You do not. If you have questions, you need me to help you, everybody in the world know how to get along with me or how to get in contact with me. I have no problem helping you if you need help. But I do want to put up the next article, service line replacements. And so people often ask, and I talk about it from my council seat, service line replacement is taken over by the city. Now I'm gonna tell y'all, like I asked on here at council, I had Mr. Miller come up. He's over that department. And then he called up Mr. Taylor. Y'all, the answer, and producer Jay, I should have got that video and I didn't. And I asked specifically because when you ask for questions, how many service lines need to be replaced? And it's during the meeting. And I do that so that the public will know. The public can say there is something on record that is there, and it's on record. So Mr. Miller, they were conferring back and forth. You can hear it on your microphone when you listen to it. And then they say, "Well, we don't know. We don't know. You got to go to roll. That's all roll." How do the city not know what our service line replacements are? Y'all help me with that. And it's not my responsibility to go to roll. It's not. Then they said they didn't have weekly meetings. Arthur Woodson put in the email to Roll Engineering, not to the state of Michigan, with Eric Oswald. And then he looped me in because he was there watching. He was like, "I'm glad you asked that question." He said, "How do they don't know where it's at or how many we got?" I said, "They don't know. You heard." He said, "I can't believe they did that." Well, Oswald with the state of Michigan said, who's over everything, said, "No, we do have meetings with the city. We have weekly meetings." So why wouldn't the administration tell us? Why? What they're happy about is everybody out here worried about other stuff that don't matter. They wouldn't even tell us. Oswald sent a communication back, and in that communication, they have weekly meetings. Now, when I'm asking the administration didn't even know, didn't want to tell us what the weekly meetings were about. They said, "Go to roll yourself." So that is fair. So how do we hold people accountable? Y'all got to show up. You got to show up. You have to speak your piece, because these are things that if we don't talk about, you won't know about. And for me, as many meetings as I sit in, and I'm literally, sometimes I think on the weekends, I'm meeting to death. People call me today like it was a normal time. I take calls from my residents, and some of their issues aren't things that can wait. And so, sidebar, if your dog, anybody dog is out there with it being freezing, bring your pets in. I keep taking calls on pet. Please bring your pet in. It's going to be 12 or 14 degrees. Bring your pet in. If not, people are calling 911 on you. Okay? Bring your pet in. You don't want to be out there with your little cold paws, and they don't want to be out there with their little cold paws either. So if you can't afford to take care of a dog, then you're a bad owner. Give the dog to somebody who wants it, or to the shelter or something. But if you be a responsible pet owner, bring those dogs in. It's cold. It's cold for us, so it's cold for them. Simple as that. How do you know it's too cold for them? It's cold for y'all. Simple as that. So I want to put up these service line replacements, because people really don't know. People are like, "Oh, they're not finishing this." They are working on the service lines. Where they're working at, you got to ride around yourself and see. So where they're working at, I do not know, but I have seen them. I've seen them out and about. So can you put up the article with the state working on the service lines?
I don't have that. I looked through the inbox. It's not in there. It's not on the list from earlier.
Now, how you not going to? That's on me, because people call me at 4:00 or text 4:00 in the morning, tell me some, "Are you up?" No, I'm asleep. I text back. No, I'm asleep. And we send some. I don't know how that. So listen, y'all. I need y'all to. I know you may not want to show up, but we need you to. We need you to. My allergies is kicking my butt. And every time I say to my son, make sure he buys a new filter, or "Did you change the filter?" I'm like, "Look, dude, it is uh, maybe it was, we have a lot that we communicate with." Producer Jay. We have a lot. And it's probably so far back. Um hmm. I send you a lot of stuff. Okay. Y'all listen. While you on it, look, click like, share, and subscribe. As your girl is searching, click like, share, and subscribe. You know, I cover a lot of stuff. Oh my God. Okay, so Michigan Works Land Mammoth Microchip Company. I can't find it's got to be far back. But listen, the state took it over. I like to show the articles where to state what I'm saying, but y'all take my word. State did take over. The state took it over. I don't know where it's at. And y'all know my internet is funny. My phone was saying it was 9:22 and it was saying what 2:22 or 3. It was 6 hours off. Only one of my phones was. And so look, it was my phone is a little sketchy because at the time we'll be off in Joe Scapani, who's down in Mexico with his warm, beautiful weather, which I'm so envious of. Actually, I set it for 2 time zones. No, I don't know how to do that. No, no, no. It just randomly does that on my phone. So, all right, I don't know where the article is, but the state of Michigan has taken over our service line replacement. And as they have taken over the service line replacement, I guess we got to personally go to row ourselves. The city wasn't concerned with how much where we're at in the level of service line replacement because they wouldn't share that before the council, which is rude, disrespectful. They have a responsibility per the Flint City Charter quarterly to tell us. But with this being an issue still in our community, it should be every meeting. And it should be actually weekly. They should be posting about it. Underneath Mayor Karen Weaver, she did post that. She kept the community abreast with Dr. Pamela Pugh because they wanted to create transparency so that we would know where our water was at. And so the state is working on where they're at, when they're finished. Like, y'all, I don't know. They told me to go to row. And that should not be what they told me. So, and what they told the council and the residents, that's what they told the community. So it's not just me. They told everyone. I just asked the question because I wanted to know where we were at. And that was what they said, go to row. So I guess anybody can go to row. I mean, I don't know, but you would think that the administration would want to know so they could share the information with the public on the record. That's a win for them. Well, they're 95% done. They're not 90% done anymore. You would think they would want to share that, but transparency is just not there. So water part, I get everybody's frustration. How do we change it? How we changed it before. You had people, and I was looking at a video, and Clara was in there. And some of these people in the video are now dead. Are deceased, let me say. And actually, the video, I don't know, producer Jay, can you grab the video off of Arthur Woodson's page? He pinned it. And he told me I needed to watch the pinned one. I was like, I ain't got time to watch the videos. He's like, no, you need to watch it. And so I had not seen this video. And it's a picture where his aunt is talking about her daughter. His aunt is now deceased because of the water. And so his fight for this is a very real fight. Do I need to send that to you, producer Jay, or it's pinned at the top of his page? And if you can go over to Arthur Woodson's page, I'm gonna send it to producer Jay, but it's pinned at the top of his page, and it is. I'm looking, you'll see the comments with some of the people in there, and some of these people they lost their battle. They lost their battle to the cancer that they developed because of the water. And so I just sent that to you, producer Jay. And so his aunt lost her battle. She lost her daughter. Clara lost hers. And when I'm watching it, And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at things scroll down. I remember Claire, me and her were Facebook friends. And, and for Arthur Whitson with his aunt's home, and then the daughter, and that was in Second Ward. And it hurts. So when y'all hear him talking about the water, it affected him. And it's not just when he's calculated. I know two people across the street, because one of them is my dad's friend for life, Mr. Peacock. He had cancer. The man on the corner, he had cancer next door to him. And so we know that there are pockets when we talk about when he fights so hard for the cancer cluster study. This is why he fights. Can we play the video?
And affiliate. That's some of the main issues are the main issues that Michigan United is here for.
And brings us to the bottled water for vulnerable populations. And I think you're ready to be our expert.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you personally for continuing to uplift the needs of the people of the city of Flint, and to especially the homebound and immune-compromised people who have been affected by the water crisis. My personal reason is because of my daughter. She was 36 years old, and she passed away October 10, 2018 because of septic shock, pneumonia, and cancer. She had cancer from 13 months old, and doing well, went to college, 3 degrees, whatever. But when the water came into our house, she ended up with a second cancer. She already had T-cell lymphoma. Then she ended up with B-cell, which is a blood cancer. The bacteria got into, she had an inserted catheter in her, surgically inserted in her chest, 3 prongs like IV that she had to put her chemo in, her white blood cell, red blood cell, and then the ultraviolet light would transfer her blood, would put the chemo in it and send it back into her body. And in that catheter, taking a shower, I would have to wrap her shoulder with plastic to keep the water out of it, but it wasn't 100%. She ended up with bacteria. They removed her, the bacteria was so bad, the doctor told me at Genesis that if I hadn't got her there that night, she passed away. They took the catheter out and tested it. Sure enough, it was bacteria. And she was drinking it, brushing her teeth, washing her hair, cooking food. My house was the house for family get-togethers for 25 years. And people was already sick behind the walls of those homes. And you hear them talk about lead in the children. That's fine, and some of those children were sick. But I want to push out the thought of how many other sick people were there behind those walls already that their immune system was low. The septic shock is something that gets into your bloodstream, and you got a 50-50 chance. And by her, she had it in 2015 the first time, but in October she got it, September she got it again in 2018, and her immune system was just too weak to fight at that time. So that's my personal issue with it. But my talking point here is that if I could just ask you to start an investigation on bacteria and toxin that came in that water and entered into our houses. Because the doctors in Ann Arbor and Chicago, I took her to the Cancer Center, I took her to Cleveland Clinic, I took her to Ford Hospital, and every one of them said, stop using the water, whether it's filtered or not. And they told me that the bacteria dwells in the heaters. All that water is not out of there, so that bacteria dwells and grows. Dishwasher, refrigerators that makes ice, that bacteria is in all our appliances, your washing machine. And so you still can be contaminated, and once it get in your blood, it's fatal. So it took her out within 2 years, where she was living with T-cell lymphoma. She couldn't live with B-cell. And I just want you to start an investigation on the bacteria and the toxin in the water. Also, there was a program called Access and Functional Needs Program. 3,000 households with residents that are homebound. That was cut out in May 2018. And I'm asking that that program can be reinstated, because I lifted the bottles of water. I went and got the water for my daughter, take a bag. But I'm asking just those two main things. Start an investigation on the bacteria.
I want to first offer you my sincerest, heartfelt, regret for the loss of your daughter. I can't imagine no pain of losing a child, and definitely we're going to do that. Also, I will take your message to the governor. I've already sent a communication over to the governor asking for hot water heaters with no barriers at all for people to be able to receive a new water heaters in their homes, just in case that bacteria may be there. Also, for a help center to be established inside the city of Flint, maybe a third party or a based help center, so people will know where to get their resources at. And so this is where I talk about maintaining focus and paying attention to really what's going on. There's been a lot of resources allocated, more than $1 billion worth of resources allocated to the city of Flint. And through dilution of government, from state or federal to municipal, the benefit is not resonating with the people. And that's why you guys are here 4 years later. So you got to maintain your advocacy and continue your voice, and then pay attention to all the things that's going on in front of you, because there is a lot of smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of different things. And what happens, unfortunately, is that the most vulnerable people are suffering. You lost your daughter, through this bacteria that could have been dwelling and coming into your home, invited into your home, paid for by you to be in your home, right? And so we're definitely going to be advocating. I think I'm meeting with the governor as when?
It is the 17th.
17th of this month, based upon those two requests. What I provided you was a copy of the letter that I sent to the governor, but I asked him for those things to be done, and we will advocate for you. And I definitely will communicate your story. And I'm going to ask for maybe the governor and the governor's team to invite you in so you can share your story. The investigation portion, I will look into how to ask and request for investigation as it relates to a medical piece, right? And so I do understand how to ask for investigation for criminal culpability. I know the pathways to do that, but for investigation for bacteria or medical, we're going to have to really I got to look into how to make that request, and I have no problem making that request.
Well, can you go through MDHHS? MDHHS is the ones that you would have to go through in order to get CDC and ATSDR here to investigate or to do like cancer cluster studies, to do toxicologists, ask them to come here. So it would be MDHHS, Mr. Gordon, that you would referral to.
I will start with the inquiry with those departments and many other departments, figuring out where to make the actual request, right? The inquiry goes and says, I don't want to make an inquiry to Batman if I need Superman, right? And so we'll find out what we need, and we'll definitely get engaged. So my mother is in stage 4 cancer, and has been battling it. She lives alone, very independent. She can't move those 40-pound bags of water back and going through her chemo. She's afraid of what's coming out the tap to try to flush her system out. So I understand it, right, every day, right? And so I do understand it.
Are there allies that you're
Okay. And so, thank you, Producer Jay. So the sad part, and I don't know if it's shown on y'all's screen because your girl got technical difficulty over here. So the sad part is she was in there advocating, speaking to the now Mayor Neely, then State Rep Neely, asking for help. His administration has went basically silent. Okay, we know that the problem happened. It shouldn't have happened. But how you correct it is in transparency. I'm gonna correct it. This was wrong. This should have happened. But you don't go radio silent. We can't even find out. They told us to go to row. Told the council members to go to row. We have 4 council members who will fight for what's right. And you may get some of the other 4 for certain things, but other things, we're just 4 and 4. 4 and 4. And then when I was watching, I said Clara passed away. We had one of the water warriors, Tony Palladino. He passed away. And these are all people that we went to Lansing with. And I guess I took my children. We were in the rotunda, shut their session down. It was hundreds of people who showed up, and they were just chanting in the rotunda, and on every different level, people were chanting, and they shut down because we shut their session down. People came by buses, by car. They came any way they could, and I took my kids with me. And you sit up in what they call the gallery, and it was cold. I've been to so many little cold season protests, that we gotta quit saying you can't protest unless it's warm. You can't afford to wait till it's warm. Your problem is now. It's now. We can't afford to wait. That was when I found out UGG boots don't really have no grips. Literally, I did. And you can't wear socks with UGG boots. My daughter's like, quit putting socks on. I'm like, well, they keep slipping off. She says, because you can't, Mom. The boots will be warm enough. Because we're out in the cold, and it was cold. I think that we can't afford to stop. And I celebrate Black History Month. I celebrate it every year. You'll see stuff on my page. But I go hard in the paint. My daughter was saying, are you going to do, I do Black History Month on King's Day. She lives in Detroit. We're going to do something else, because I like to have all my kids together, and all of them are out of town, right, except for one. And to celebrate, Black history is America's history. What happened to Flint is a tragedy for our country. And it's a tragedy that we say we tired. And so when somebody comes in the council chambers and they upset, when somebody come in here because they clapping their hands and they outraged, they thought people was raising hell up in there about this water crisis. They come in there with their bottled water and showing that the bottled water was brown, rust, tan, whatever color, cloudy. We can't stop fighting. We're getting pushed down. I get people say, we tired of Flint fatigue. We can't stop. We lack leadership, and the leadership should come from our mayor. We ain't getting it. So we have to do it ourselves. People don't want you to talk about the hard talk. And I'm going to tell you something, the hard talk. Hasselbring. You don't hear these politicians show. Who showed up that night for Hasselbring? Who going to show up in court for Hasselbring? I'm telling y'all, with some of these people, they ain't showing up to do the work. They are not showing up to do the work, and they're not going to. So what do we have to do? And I don't care where you're from. And let me say this. Help comes in many different forms. And in the form of help, it can be your support. It could be a letter to Congress. We have a new representative, Kristen McDonald-Rivet, took over for Congressman Kildee. Write her a letter. Call her. Go to Washington to see her. Come to her office here to see her. I don't care how you do it. We have got to keep pushing. They see we have no fight, and that's why we get done any old kind of way. You can send monetary. When we got this kicked, it was water coming from all. It'll be trucks of water lined up across. And I'm going to have to find that picture to deliver. Hertz trucks, U-Haul trucks, semi trucks. People saying across the country. We had all of the celebrities come here. We're going to get y'all water. Because how do you let people drink and you let the babies bathe in the water? When Miss Hawk's baby was put on the cover of Time magazine because of the water with the rashes and his skin, it was because the country heard our cry. The world heard our cry. And they seen it. They heard it and they seen it. We can't stop now. I know we tired, but we got to stop all this. I don't like outlet. Let me tell you, Tonya Burns don't care who don't like her, ain't worried about it at all. I don't care. Where my work is, I show it. Kind of like when you do a math test and you can't just come up with the answer when you're in college and they saying, we need you to show your work. I show my work. And I'm there. I'm there for the fight. Even when I'm tired. Where I'm losing at, y'all, my house needs to be, I got like 10 coats laying over in the chair to the side of me. That's where I'm losing at because I'm constantly going for my community. I'm going to show up when they call me. I'm going to show up when they call me that the water, that there's no residuals in the water. I'm not just calling, I'm showing up. Then I'm making the calls. Then I'm saying, no, you come here and you test that water in front of that resident so that they know that those results are correct. Because I've been at one, she said, Tiny, it shows 0 chlorine residuals, which means that's over where that pump is at. Where that the pump that I showed y'all, where they had to put it, that's that same area. I talk to her so much when I don't hear her, she called me. I'm just making sure you okay. Because I'm taking care of my community. It's times I done got out in the middle of the night and when Stephanie don't live here in Flint no more, and I don't blame her. Once her mother got Legionella, they decided to let's move. They moved out to a community where they're not going to let the water be bad. Her mother is 80, and people don't rebound. Miss Flossie in good shape though. She's in great shape, but she was in hospital because of Legionella, because of the water. The basic thing that she paid for, and she wasn't consuming it, just using it. She wasn't consuming it. She was just washing her hands. She was just taking a shower in it. She wasn't even taking it and drinking it. And she got it. And those molecules, when you take a shower, those molecules, it goes everywhere. Gina's daddy, Gina Luster daddy, Vio Luster, came because y'all know I'm the type of person. You can't tell me my service line don't need to be changed. I'm gonna be right there looking down the hole, and I was. So Vio Luster came in my house. Y'all know I stayed in the college house, and so he said, Tanya, when you shower, the molecules go everywhere. You're inhaling it up through your nose. I said, well, what about with the shower filter? Then it was Pastor Hawkins at his church on Stevens. And he said, Tanya, come get a shower filter. These are things that we should still be getting, shower filters. They saying drink from the. He said, don't. He said, not just ingesting, but it gets into your nose, the molecules. So when we talk about how the water crisis has been 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, somebody's going to write how they failed doing it. That story's going to be written. But in the meantime, to right ship everything, we got to start sticking up, showing up, and working together. I don't care where you're from. Because when we talk about it, I've always said the March on Washington, people came by bus, train, plane, automobile. They got there any way they could. Your help can come in the form of donations. It can come in the help of support. It can come in the help of sharing my channel, my YouTube channel. Help comes in many different praying, because the power of God is powerful. Praying. So help can come in, and Sister Taliba had put that question in there. It can come in many different ways. I don't care where you're from. I will never say to an outsider, we don't need your help. Because to me, how I feel, the federal government is an outsider, and we need all their help. They should be telling us, look, I know y'all tired of us helping y'all to get y'all right. Y'all should be tired of us right shipping y'all. But we get money here, like Congressman Crockett said, we didn't use it right. The $94.7 million. He can advocate and bring us $94.7 million. And he did. And where did it go? How many of them council people on there and voted on their own resolution with their nonprofit? How many people on that council with a nonprofit receive money? And I speak up about that. Then I always got some Black people in my community who want to come against me for me speaking. They find all crazy little mess. Just crazy. What's the focus? The ARPA money. Congressman Kildee got money. Detroit was the number one. They got 600 and something million. We got 94.7, but their population is like, I think 700, almost approximately 750,000, between maybe 700 or 699 and 750. So I don't have the exact number. Our population, he was able to get us 94.7. Saginaw got like, I think 60 million. They did more with theirs than we did. They put in roofs, furnaces, they phase 3 and started on windows. Y'all, we ain't got no one for everybody to where you can just really put it. We had 850,000 that came back from G Card. Councilman, oh Jesus, look, Jared called me and me and him have been talking. He said, Tonya, look, that money is coming back. He said, well, what do you think, when you're talking about roofs, let's check and see if we can get this for roofs. And that's why it happened. People said, oh, you only get 72 roofs. We wouldn't be getting that. Shit, y'all need to show up and fight with us. What do we need? 5 votes. Nothing moves. 5 votes. Can you count 5 votes? Majority. Would love 6 votes. 5 votes. But people so worried about personality traits and if I didn't like you. Look how we're living. You can't have it both. You can't. People supported Leon. He hanging up on people. Hanging up. His residents calling me saying, that Negro hung up on me. I played the video, the call for y'all. And his nonprofit to get money. Now he got the nonprofit that game down. I ain't gonna, he got it down pat. People focus, and you got to watch who you're dealing with because they'll steer your attention to the things that don't matter. No, we can't drink the water, but what are you doing about it besides complaining? I know I'm protesting. I know I'm asking the tough questions. I know I'm up late 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning reading about it. I know I'm going to people above me to get help. And then information I can share, because there's some information I cannot share yet that I can't share. But when I can, I bring it to everybody because you have a right to know. You have a right to know. Leadership begins at the top. It begins at the top. Don't fall for the stuff that's just crazy. You got 4 people that I know will fight for. I don't even doubt my other 3 colleagues will fight for what's right. Don't even doubt it. Not at all. JWC, Jared, Councilman Winfrey Carter, Dennis Pfeiffer, Jonathan Jared. I know they're going to do what's right for the people. Because when an opportunity presents itself, and we are often working backwards on this stuff, y'all, we don't get any information. They don't give it to us. We got like claw our way through everything to find out, work backwards, figure it out. But we need y'all's support, not just local. We need your support from wherever you reside, because the fight is real. I will be taking, I hate to say, my show on the road. I want to talk to people in Dalton. I want to talk to people in Thornton. How do y'all keep the fight up? Because there's this one article, and we couldn't play it, y'all. Look, some of these videos they don't like us to play, and I was looking. I'm like, what makes these? And these are seniors fight, and Amos Royland, she had a whole brain aneurysm and couldn't walk. Was coming in a wheelchair, then to a walker, down with her cane, and she's progressing. But what she said is she can't stop, and she ain't gonna stop. What makes them people fill up them chambers and speak at the podium every time them doors open? What is it that makes them keep fighting? What is the fight in them? And they're getting help from people showing up. Chicago is about 13 million people. I used to live there. I have told y'all that. That was one of the reasons I took my business there, because you can only make business with make money where you got people and it's populated. 13 million. But they got the population. We get people who come in. How do we bring everybody together? That's the key. They can keep talking about me all they want to. I have no problem. I have no problem with it. But look, I'm showing my work, period. So our next meeting, Producer Jay, can you put it up? It is a special meeting. It is going to be 4:45 this Wednesday. Normally, it's supposed to be committee meeting. It will be a special meeting 15 minutes before, which means everything will be passed in committee meeting. I don't know what's even on, in that special council meeting. One, because we do not have a council president. So is it going to be difficult to deal with? Our council is led by a rude tyrant. And yes, it's going to be difficult. Some things have to be passed. If you can put up the agenda, so it's this Wednesday, 4:45 p.m. Producer Jay does whatever he wants to, y'all, with my channel. I'm just telling y'all. I don't know when he be putting up stuff, because I don't know. He streams. That's on him. Your girl be trying to pay attention. I only tune out and then reading, because a lot of that stuff we get when we get there. So when my head is down, I try to make sure when people are talking that we're going to need the next one. That's the second page.
Can we, we're going to,
so I try to make sure I'm paying it.
Oh, you delayed for some reason. Can you hear me?
Yep.
You listening to the YouTube stream, I believe. You delayed.
No, I'm listening to us live.
That's why you delayed. Hey,
I'm not listening to anything. I have no volume.
Hey, we're gonna start. I'm gonna put a new feature on the screen, starting probably the next show.
What's the new feature?
Lie detector.
Listen, he say I'm delayed. I don't know if I'm delayed, y'all. But you made me lose my train of thought. So everything will happen in this meeting. People said, don't pass anything until you get a new council president. I'm not going to change the fact I will not hold up infrastructure. Certain things, I'm not going to hold it up. There is not going to be until first of all, I have no reasonable expectation for people to all of a sudden get morals to not vote on their own, who voted on their own resolutions to instantly get morals. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I talked to my ward and I talked to the residents. And what I'm going to do is continue to move forward. My decisions are based on what I feel is best for me and best for my ward. If you have a problem with it, give me a call. So I don't make my decisions haphazardly. I make my decisions, there is thought put into them. And it's thought as to how it will affect anyone. So public notice for the meeting. Public notice, especially the council meeting, 4:45 p.m. And come speak. Speak at the tell us. And you don't have to be from here. And let me tell you, you get Sandy, who doesn't live in Flint. She comes. I went and supported Sandy at the and Gladys at the Republican Party. Y'all, that was something else. I'm just gonna tell you. I mean, it was something else. So this Wednesday, 4:45 p.m., please come and support. There are some important things on there. I do want to address, and I don't even know if it's on there, but I think it'll come back up in our next regular scheduled council meeting. I do want to address access to food. And so St. Mark's Church, when I was trying to when I was advocating for Bethel Church, Pastor Thompson at St. Mark's Missionary Baptist Church on the corner of DuPont and Welch sent me, he was watching, he sent me a text. Hey, get me some money too. You know we out of money. And so Pastor Thompson is he's one of my favorite pastors. And we have a very good friendship. And I done worked they work you hard over there too. Don't come over there if you ain't trying to do some work. They will work you hard. But he does a lot of good work in this community. So Pastor Thompson was out of money. I told you everyone ran out of money in September. So he texts me and I'm like, okay. So I put in to get I add how much in food access, because he feeds hundreds of people and the line goes around, and it is a need in that community, which is populated. A lot of them are seniors. You'll see in those lines, and I've worked every help center, not standing there, just at work, okay? Work. And what you will see is a lot of seniors. they use and need this food to help make ends meet. So we put in for Pastor Thompson, which his church is located properly within the 6th Ward on the corner of DuPont and Welch Boulevard, where he serves hundreds of people with their needs weekly and different other programs that he has for the veterans, for mental health. You can get free counseling, a clothing closet, other services that his church has. And he comes to city council. Pastor Thompson has been also one of the pastors who has been targeted by our council president. Not once, but twice, she has cussed him out. This is a way for her to redeem herself. If she is for the people in the 2nd Ward, she should be voting for this. She voted no to cancel it. Liddell Lewis voted no to give St. Mark in the 2nd Ward to feed the residents. She voted no on this resolution. So, because I am one of the smart people, you cannot bring this up unless it is in the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which is what we have on a Monday. So that's when that has to come up. And that was already sent back when they had put it on the agenda and said that we couldn't. At that time, I had sent the email to the city clerk, and she said she would take care of it. So the smart people did take care of that, because we did. So, because that is feeding the community. 2nd Ward is not my ward, but it is in the city of Flint. And I'm going to make sure we should not be sitting on $600,000 worth of funds, and we can feed people who are going hungry. Look, y'all, I'm going to feed the people. One of the things that people do when they start committing robberies, and we had one last night. Look, I put off going to the grocery store forever. I was like, I'm just tired. I don't want to have to go. It's cold. I'm not a cold climate person, but I understand people need food. Can you put up what happened? So I run up to the store. Look, I can run or walk up there, y'all. If the snow get too deep, I can walk. It ain't but up 2-3 minutes away. They robbed the Save-A-Lot. I needed 2 things from up there. And so I get up there, I'm like, Lord Jesus, they'd have robbed the grocery store. And so what did I have to do? Because we don't have access to food in a lot of our areas. So I had to go to the township to get what I needed, the Kroger in Flint Township. And so here I did post it up. And does it move up at all, Producer Jay? So I do want people to be aware of your surroundings. So last night, the Save-A-Lot grocery store on the corner of Flushing Road and Ballinger was robbed. So just be careful of your surroundings. I think this has gotten, I believe in awareness with the community, and I believe it has gotten over 300 shares on keeping the community informed. And keeping a community informed does a good job of keeping, some of the stuff that we get, but they don't give it to us all, y'all. And so I shared this. They did not have it, and they shared it. So we have to, if you see something that's out there, and it needs to be attention brought to it. If it has to do with something with safety of our community, let me know, or send it to keeping the community informed. So it's got over 324 shares just on their page, and in the other page, it's gotten over 400 shares. But y'all, be safe, be aware of your surroundings. When folks rob in the grocery store, that sends a strong message. It sends a strong message. When they are. This community is hurting. This community needs help. And we don't hear, we're asking from the administration, you go to roll yourself and find out how many service lines. That was a flippant, disrespectful response. A flippant and disrespectful response. I don't have to like it, but that's part of y'all job. It's part of your job. So, Producer Jay, we can take that down. I want to go over. I know you pretty good at this popping stuff up, because we got a lot to cover. Yeah, look, we've been on an hour and 33 minutes, y'all. Hour and a half. We ain't gonna be here all night though, y'all. So listen, one of the things people were talking about, Mark Zuckerberg and his comment, y'all, the inauguration of number 45 to number 47 is tomorrow. So some people are saying, they're not going to watch it. They're boycotting it. But then you got your boy Snoop Dogg, Nelly Nell, and who else gonna be at the little concert? They're gonna be at the concert. So Mark Zuckerberg says companies need more masculine energy. What does that mean? Well, as a Black woman, for me, what that means, from him coming from a white man, we need more white males. That's what that means. I've always said recession means there are no jobs for Black folks. They did away with affirmative action. They're doing away with how we get into our colleges. There's no oh Lord Jesus. Ooh, what is it? Oh my God, y'all know it is, because Walmart stopped doing it. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. They're doing away with that. They don't care about us being diverse and no equity and inclusion. They don't want to be inclusive. Walmart and other companies are already doing away with it because they're saying that the color of your skin does not matter. It don't matter. Not true. And if you're a woman, the first thing they see in that first impression is you're Black and you're a woman. Period. Simple fact. Simple fact. So to me, when he says that, it's like, okay, but it's not white enough for him. Corporate America is not white, and for males in roles of leadership, that we need to see more white males, masculine energy. I'm gonna tell you something. Women be holding it down. I am all for women and support women, absolutely, because I know it's hard for us being a Black woman. Everything we do is questioned, not only because of my gender, but because of my color. Has always happened, always. And so when we look at some of these things and these people say, we need to be paying attention. We need to be paying attention. And when he is saying this, producer Jay sending me notes, y'all, because we are not, normally I see the comments on the right-hand side. I don't have that today. So thank you, Kawana. Talking about some diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so, Lord have mercy. Oh, y'all cutting up in the comments. So it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I believe in a diverse working environment because we are diverse America. And I think that a lot of these people are worried about people because of the color of their skin, that we're becoming a more brown community. And so with the influx. And so I am not in agreement with this, but that reads to me with Mark Zuckerberg, we need more white males. That's exactly what that reads to me as a Black woman. Exactly. But hey, y'all, put in the comments what you think. Or look, save y'all, because we're gonna have the call-in section at the end. We're gonna have that. So I do want to say this Wednesday, support Carol and Stephanie's show, A Community Conversation. It is on every Wednesday at 7:00. They are on YouTube and Facebook, A Community Conversation with Carol and Steph. They are on every Wednesday at 7:00. Their show debuted this past Wednesday, and they received, they outdid their numbers what they thought. They did over 1,000 views, I believe, on Facebook, 1,000 views on YouTube. So a big congratulations to y'all, because when you go independent, you are responsible for your content, and you ladies, you did it. You now have a target audience with people. I wish y'all the very best. Because women supporting women is what we have to do. Because Mark Zuckerberg said we need more masculine energy in the work environment. I don't know, does that take us back to women being homemakers and staying home, cooking dinner, having his house shoes? I mean, and that don't mean we can't still do that now. But does that take us away what our rights should be? Mark Zuckerberg, that was That's a conversation should have kept in private. That should have been kept in private. So this Wednesday, they will be on 7:00 p.m. So tune in, Facebook and YouTube. Also, they're on with Black Money Matters on the Urban News Network, but their show is called Clutching My Pearls with the lovely, oh, we might have to scoot that up a little bit because I don't think it shows. Oh, on my end, and I'm behind on the what's that. Black Money Matters with former Mayor Dr. Karen Weaver and the beautiful Miss Elizabeth Taylor of Flint, the diva, and then it's Carol and Stephanie also that are on there. So Clutching My Pearls is on this Thursday, and they are on every other Thursday, 7:00. And you can catch that on the Urban News Network that they are on. They are on there, and that's where you will see them at. So Wednesday and Thursday, this Wednesday and Thursday, you can catch Carol and stuff on 2 different shows. So this is fantastic. I'm looking forward to them with their show and them growing their podcast with their information, because what I like is different views for the news. So the next one, we're knocking this down. We're knocking this down. Producer Jay, look, you surprised me. We want to throw something up so we can talk about it. What you feel like putting up?
Shoot, we might be off here. We might be off here by 12:00 dealing with you.
You know what? We're gonna be off the phone here. Look, I'm trying to look. Now, I don't mind doing 5 hours, 6 hours. I can do a 24-hour marathon. So for those who commented on my 5 hours, I'm glad y'all know what I'm capable of doing and sharing the community the information. If you don't like it, don't watch it. I don't care how long nobody be on. That I don't. I'm gonna do what I do. And if you don't like what I do, click off. Delete yourself. Click off, delete. So, Cincinnati. Can Cincinnati recover from the culture of corruption reputation while bribery cases linger in the court system? I talked about this some months ago. It's the first time I think I talked about it with producer Jay. So Cincinnati, look, I got to go pull it up at the same time. And so in Cincinnati, I'll pull it up because we're not going to fill up the whole article. We know that people are saying, and I'm going to tell y'all this. I have a lot of attorney friends. So one of my friends, I was like, not one, several of them. If I have a nonprofit, can I vote on the nonprofit if I'm affiliated with it in any way, such as a bank account, such as originated it? Every single one. And y'all, I'm going to tell you, I done probably talked about 10 of them. Every single one said, no, you need to recuse yourself. Don't do it. Because it is an issue of ethics. You can't have your name on the bank account. And these are the attorneys, y'all. I told you I can't afford it. $650 an hour. Can't afford them at all. And so some of them are $650. Some of the other ones are like $300. But I've talked to several of them. The 4 that helped gave us the advice, because y'all know they gave us the public defender, because we would still be down there in court. And so they were like, no, you cannot. Not one attorney has told me that you can vote on your own resolution and be tied to the bank account or any of it, that you have to recuse yourself. Not one. Not one. Not one. So Cincinnati, because Cincinnati, folks down there going to jail. They got all kind of bribery down there. And people was going to, no, I'm sorry, not jail. They're going to prison. They're going to prison. And so these folks down there thinking, this ain't what that you could do what you want to do. No. Detroit had the same problem, but I'm going to read some of the Cincinnati ones because y'all know my internet over here. Can Cincinnati recover from the culture of corruption with bribery cases that linger in court? Cincinnati drew national attention in 2020 when the FBI arrested 3 city council members on public corruption. Also, you can say conspiracy or RICO. Y'all have heard a lot of this. And when we talking to my my kind attorneys who give free advice that, look, they fought for my seat to get me back in after 30 days, and for all of you who supported me, thank you. Thank you for that. Can it linger in court? Now, as of these two cases still linger in federal court, experts say that the city can't move past the embarrassment of the reputational damage until they finally end. So I would compare it to the aftermath of a hurricane. The storm has already happened, but there's still rubble all about things that have to be rebuilt. And so, says former prosecutor and ex-council member Steve Goodwin said out-of-town investors, particularly comes in commercial real estate, are still hesitant to develop Cincinnati despite its market. So when we look at can you recover from this, it's a very serious question. And then let's producer Jay sending me. Producer Jay, I do not have technology like I normally do. Okay, everything is not working, not at all.
I'm just so proud that Carol McIntosh got her technology to work, and somebody showed her how to log on to your show.
Wait, somebody had to tell her how to do that. Carol technology be keeping me stressed. I'm just saying, y'all, because she was like, I don't know how to get this to work. I was literally at that meeting, and they're like, everybody, you gotta go help Carol. I'm like, I need Carol. That's what at that meeting I found out that the seniors couldn't get fed. So let me go back to the Cincinnati one. Lord have mercy. So Cincinnati, in short, people went to prison. One man is in prison. He is actually in prison already. And the other two, I think, is still lingering. But when you have that, and investors don't want to come into the city, and literally, I did have someone tell me Liddell is dead in the water. How she treats her other colleagues, they don't want to do business with her. It's disappointing because she's difficult. The respect or lack of respect that she has for the residents also, that she rules like a tyrant. And so as she stated at our last meeting, oh, did you get enough content? You're on 5.5 hours. Well, look, click like, share, subscribe, and girl, please bless us with your donation. Bless us with your donation. Since if you watching this, you shouldn't have voted on yours. You did. And it's your neighbors calling in saying you got a new cement driveway, not asphalt. You got a new privacy fence, and you got professional landscaping. It's your residents calling in that you're talking to so nasty to them and dismissive. So it's your residents. So it can be kind of sticky. And let me go back to the Cincinnati. It says the scandal began when the FBI arrested then council president, when pro tem Tamaya Dinyard in February 2020 at a downtown Starbucks before a committee meeting. Hours later, U.S. Marshals escorted her into a U.S. District courtroom in shackles and handcuffs. She pleaded guilty to honest services with fraud that she took $15,000 in exchange for her votes on development deals. I ain't taking no money for nothing that's coming in for development. Look, they don't even contact the four of us. I'm just saying. The ethical folk, they don't even contact us at all. She served a year in prison, followed by time in a halfway house before the U.S. Bureau of Prisons released her from custody last year. She now works for a nonprofit. She works for a nonprofit. Nonprofit is the Hustle in Flint. So I just want to share. So let's go on to the next one. Because Detroit had the same one. I think his last name is Dinyard. And I think he was sentenced to 2 or 3 years in prison. And Maryland report finds substantial. Look, my skin is dry. In wintertime, your skin get dry. Look, as a black one, look, y'all, I think I'm a little ashy on my eye. So listen, Let's move on. Producer Jay, let me get distracted. I gotta pull up the article because I can't go on. You got me, and normally I have got like 3 different things going here. So in DC, so it states, and let me pull the article up before how far long did I send that to you? Yeah, we be busy. Okay, it's got to be the Washington Post. Is it the Washington Post? And he ain't even on here with me, y'all, not guiding me. So again, not one of all my attorney friends, associates said you can vote on your stuff. Not one.
That's why we got to get some donations.
Oh no, I got it. Yeah. I hate anything in my ear. It does not let me view. It ain't let me view. So, report finds essential evidence with Trayvon White violates DC council. He got I think it's $186,000 that he got. And so he was on the Flint City Council. And so he was living his best life. And now he go get some time. This was in Maryland. This was in Maryland. We also have Detroit City, the city of Detroit. So his is one of the most current ones. Cincinnati, I want to send a shout out to Carrie Cochran, who my good friend with Scripps News, who helped me get all of this stuff. We have stayed up very late getting information and going through articles, and her investigative journalism has helped me so much. So thank you, Carrie Cochran, because I did not know about Cincinnati, and she helped to navigate and to help me. So I make sure that I'm building partnerships with people who want the best for Flint. So can you put the Detroit up? What you say?
I don't have a Detroit, but let me jump in and let me correct you real quick, because you said that he was on the Flint City Council. He was on
Maryland.
Let's correct that, because you got clips and all that stuff, so they'll have a clip of you saying that.
Thank you. I appreciate this. That's the real producer, y'all. And so he's on Maryland. I think it's Baltimore, Maryland. He's on Baltimore. I couldn't pull up the complete article, but I have been following his because it was plastered all over the news. And his issue was, I think it's like $186,000 that they said he had taken in bribes. And so if I'm not exact with that number, you can Google his name and it will come up. And then, it should be one with the Free Detroit Free Press. That was the Washington Post. Because he had also, yeah. So the one with the Detroit, you didn't get that. I'm going to send this one back to you. I don't know why you're not getting everything, but that's okay. We're going to work through. Look, yeah, click like, share, and subscribe. And then feel free to donate. We accept producer J87. Why is this not letting me do this? Copy. Let me see if it'll go back in there. Cash App $. It's not letting me send this to you. And it should be up from the bottom. And you didn't get it. Okay, maybe it went through now. It says Feds close corruption case. Feds close, and this is the Detroit Free Press, y'all. So this is bringing it close to home. Feds Detroit closed public corruption investigation of Scott Benson, Janae Ayers. And y'all know Saginaw got one now. Saginaw. And the guy from Saginaw would be here in Flint, Eggleston. He would be here. And his secretary was bringing food to Liddell every council meeting. Starbucks, Big John sandwiches, literally. So the longtime federal, it's got a kabillion pop-ups. This is Detroit Free Press. Longtime federal public corruption investigation into several Detroit public officials has been closed. This was 4 days ago. 4 days ago. This was earlier this week, y'all. And so it has been closed. Attorneys were notified this week by the U.S. Attorney's Office that federal investigations of the Detroit City Councilman Scott Benson, former Councilman Janae Ayers, and their chiefs of staff, Carol Banks and Ricardo Silver, is closed. The investigation began in 2021 when the FBI raided their homes and offices of Benson, Ayers, and their chiefs of staff after federal prosecution charged Councilman Andre Spivey with conspiracy to commit bribery, and who was later sentenced to federal prison for 2 years for accepting nearly $36,000 in bribes. FBI agents seized financial documents and records about having the towing industry in the raid. Yeah, we got a crooked one that's here, y'all, that I don't even support at all. And that's Complete Towing. I do not support them for some things that they have done that I know. And to me, it says, I am happy that the government has confirmed that what I said 3 years ago was accurate. Scott Benson did nothing wrong. Benson's attorney, Stephen Fisherman, said. So Detroit's was just wrapped up 4 days ago. And so, and he took $36,000 in bribes. You cannot take money from these companies and turn around and vote yes on their resolutions. You can't do it. And right now, only in Flint. So can you pop that check up there? And I'm not saying this is a bribe, but I'm saying she took a check for a nonprofit. And at this time, she was director. Liddell was the director, and Liddell was the president of Sarvis Park. You can't take it and vote on it. You have to recuse yourself. If you're doing good work in your with your nonprofit and you're a counselor, get along with your other council people so that you can recuse yourself and let us vote on it. Now, if she wasn't throwing out residents, cussing us out, she didn't call everybody some names. Everybody been called a name on our council by her. She's the name calling council president. She called me a B, called Jonathan, said she don't want him to be out here ignorant. She didn't call Pfeiffer racist. I don't remember what she said about JWC, but she told me again she didn't like her. And JW said, I don't like her. So that's the line, or that's the line more that Councilman Murphy had received for the $11,000. And that's when the article showed that Habitat Humanity, that it was in his possession. Hers is going to be the I think $1,500.
Under that one.
Oh, I can't see that. That's, and yeah, we got to get, I'm gonna be working on this tomorrow. I swear I am. And I could not find the other cord. So let me log on. So as you see, I got to take producer Jay word. I got to pull that back up because you keep sending me stuff in the chat and I have to log and go back and forth. And so, oh, it is there. See, I can't see that on this device. And so on here, you have got at the bottom, Sarvis Park. So at the time, she was the president. Liddell Lewis was the president and the director of Sarvis Park. And her name is still on the bank account where the monies were deposited from. So let's set this up. So Ashley Capital had a $3.25 million in ARPA funds that we gave them. Can we put that up? Those resolutions, is it going to take a minute to dig them up? Look, y'all, do we need to take a break for producer Jay? So she voted to give $3.25 million. Do I need to send that back?
Yeah, because you going somewhere where I don't have them handy. I look for them, but you go ahead.
Okay, well, no, I can go back and look for them. And so the $3.25 million, and maybe it'd be easier to look into. Hold on. Where she voted on to give Ashley Capital, which I support that project, but council should have kept their hands off of that project. Simple, and I'm not going to change that. $3.25 million is what she voted to give Ashley Capital with ARPA funds, which was given to us by Department of Treasury. Then she said, "Oh well, she had a fiduciary. That bank account don't have no fiduciary. That bank account is yours." Now we know she knows the difference. Why? Because when it was time to vote on the North Flint food market, she didn't vote on it. She went and talked up, "Hey, I need my money back." And she recused herself. She didn't recuse. She took back her membership as to vote. And that's what she did. She took it back as to vote on it. So then she turned around. I don't know, because we went over that last week. I don't know where that's at, because we be covering some stuff. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Producer Jay. If it so that's one of them. So these are things she should have recused herself from. So there's the check of $1,500. So the next two items, if you can put them up when you get a chance, shows $3.25 million ARPA funds, federal funds, and money is tracked that she did vote to give herself that. And so her and at the time she was you can see down at the bottom where it's highlighted at. She voted to give herself those funds to her nonprofit. And don't get me, oh well, you had a fiduciary. Stop the nonsense. That bank account at that time she was the president, vice president, the treasurer, director, whoever. She was holding like 3 or 4 of them offices at that time. And with her holding them offices, she should have actually, because she's a nonprofit, she was using the neighborhood engagement HUD. They were supposed to give it to her. She still gets the money. She's in the equation for getting the money. She's in that. Can't change that. She's in that. And so it's like she's trying to take herself. She can't. So you will see highlighted in the red. That one, I believe, is the 3.2. One is 3.25 million. The other one is the 72.5. A form of a tax reduction, and it's like a graduated scale. But she should have voted on anything no with Ashley Capital. You cannot take a check, not report it, turn around to vote to give them funds. You can't do that. Then she turned around with our ARPA funds, voted to give herself, her nonprofit, $25,000 and then $50,000. She's done this a couple times. And so we have to say, look, we see you. She told us at the council, oh, I'm gonna get mine. Told me that. She said she's going to get hers, and she has. Now the residents haven't, she is going to get hers. And so is that the one, I think, the $50,000. And so we see time after time. Thank you, Producer Jay. You that guy. 25,000 and then 50,000 first. He said, I'm gonna give myself another 25,000. I'm gonna work this. And she did, because she believes no one's going to stop her. No one. And so this is what we have. 4/17/2024. She voted the 25,000. She voted the 50,000, 2000, I believe 23. She has no problem with doing that. It's not about the people for her, because she keeps throwing the people. If you come here to speak up, y'all should be there saying, my council members, I'm showing you. I'm not just talking. I'm showing you. These are the resolutions. Her neighbors and residents calling me about this money. 50,000 first, then 25,000. She rules like a tyrant. That 5, they called themselves the Big 5. The Big 5. And that's what they call themselves. So, I do want to say, this is what people should be outraged about. This is what people should be outraged about, because we see what they do. And it's in our face. And they basically saying, look, shut up. You put out, get out. That's your warning, get out. Don't get upset and get outraged. You're going to get put out. You will get put out by them. And they don't care. Maryland, when they had her there, she came in and she was, whatever her role was, she was an elected public official. She was the incumbent. She had that seat, which usually the incumbent wins. There were 4 people in that race. 4 people. Maryland said, you can take that mess and get on out of here. What you won't do is bring that to us. Maryland made a strong statement, a very strong statement. Maryland said, we're not putting up with it. So they had 4 people in the election. They had the winner, which was Angela Jones, she had 52,101 votes. The person who came in second had 30,000 votes. The person who came in third, Wallace, had 17,000 plus votes. Liddell Lewis had 6,119 votes, and she was incumbent. So you had over 100,000 people vote and say, no, we don't want her as our elected official. Next thing we know, she coming to Flint, writing and singing a little doo-dop-bop song, calling Flint janky. They did not want her in Maryland for things that they are saying that are similar to what she's doing in Flint. Flint said, I don't know what Flint doing. We're not changed. The disrespect. She liked to fight her colleagues. She tried to run up on me to where Officer Davidson, and this was in 2021, had to tell her 3 directives. Stop, Liddell. Stop. Be quiet. I told you to shut up. Because she was running up and wanted to fight. I had just gotten back earlier that day from Tennessee? Tennessee or North Carolina. And I just gotten back and she went to run up on me. And, and she wanted to fight. All type Burns. You know what it was. I'm like, what are you talking about? And she was wrong on what she was talking about. A wrong resolution, a wrong situation. But she immediately, with her aggressive behavior, she wanted to fight. Officer Davidson had to tell her to shut up and stand down, and she was going to have to arrest her. That's on video. It's on video. It's on video. And when I got the chair in the meeting, and she was like, yeah, what's up? I'm like, stop. I don't do that. I don't do that. Professional Tonya, don't do that. Okay. So look at that race where 100,000 people voted against her. The winner was 52,000. She had 6,000. The voters sent a strong message that we want someone who represents us, represents our needs, represents the issues that are happening in our community. When do you hear her talking about, she's like, oh, the great work, I'm getting the job done. What you do? Your residents are upset. You get money and they're not. Has she spent in her ward, $25,000 on anybody's house in that ward? Did they get yet? I'm away. 50,000. I'm away. No. It hasn't happened. So when we look at the corruption, she shouldn't have voted on that counts on those. She shouldn't have, because she took money and didn't disclose it. Now I'm looking forward to Ashley Capital coming here, and I'm looking forward to the chip company coming to Mundy Township, which will affect us. There have been some talks about putting housing, but they done burnt up everything with Father Duquette because it sits on almost 25 acres. And it's funny because Judy called herself correcting me. Oh no, Judy, not today. I'm tired. I'm not dealing with your foolishness. Not going to happen today. Not going to happen. The end of that meeting, they were terrible. Oh yeah, I'm 5 hours. Well, don't watch. I never send y'all an invite. Don't watch. But watch tonight, and maybe the feds can take this information, they can have a case, and take care of her. You don't take money with businesses doing business and send a charter. And then it's your nonprofit. You voted to give them a benefit, Liddell Lewis, a big benefit, by the way, for that check that they gave. That was a smart move. Smartest move they could have got. I would have, whatever all of them wanted, that was a smart move because the big benefit that they got, great big benefit. Business is going to come. We're in the process of gentrification. It's not going to stop. You have to either get involved or get left behind. Apply for that HOPE program. Apply for that HOPE program because there's things, like I say, as they come up, I will be, of course, sharing them with everyone. I will do that. But yeah, they need to look at it now. I never seen a council person. You take a donation and then you didn't record it. And at the time, and she's talking about her nonprofit was revoked when she took the money from the 25,000 and the 50,000. She had never filed anything with the state. It had been revoked. She had to, for 3 years, she had to go and correct that. She had to go and correct it. And so when she did that, she knew she was wrong. I mentioned in council meeting, that next council meeting, she had a new director on there. And she switched them offices up. Now, if she felt she was in the right, y'all, she wouldn't have rushed and changed it. If she felt she was doing stuff above board and doing stuff in decent and in order, doing stuff legally, doing stuff per the Flint City Charter, then she would have had that. What is that one? Oh yeah, it was rough at the end of that one. It was rough. I'm gonna have to look. Yeah, my producer's been gone wild. It was used to be with girls, a producer gone wild. So, if she was doing things in decent and in order, then we wouldn't have had that problem. So on here, and I'm gonna have to, I don't know. I don't know why I don't have no volume. There is no volume. I don't have volume, Producer Jack.
I don't know. Don't. I don't know. Probably because you're on your phone.
Yeah, the show don't play live. Yeah, the show don't play live on mine, on this device.
You must have one of them Carol McIntosh's 3G then. I don't know.
You know what? Okay. So it gives me the lag that's behind. So anyways, at the end, she look, I do have one of them vote for Carol McIntosh and I'm still using. So Judy was, Liddell, she lives rent free in your head. Judy, go get a Rowenta iron. Don't come for me today. And Liddell, I hope I gave you content. She can't help herself. And people will say, oh, I hate that Tonya responds. Okay, well, Tonya is human. Okay, I come from a family with cousins that as I grew up, I'm gonna choose what I respond to. Let me be clear. I'm going to choose what I respond to. I don't respond to everything because the girl crazy. I don't. A lot of them, they got some issues. I don't. But I'm going to choose what I respond to. So she all night, she going at the residents. And you just get tired. You get tired of their comments. And so when she was like, oh, I hope I gave you enough content. No, but them pants did. Them pants. And we need to write an ordinance that she can't wear them pants no more. That was just wrong. And she want to get smart and talk to me. No, don't do that. We're not doing that. Every time she come in here, she yelling, and she hit that gavel so darn hard, y'all. It vibrates down. So, I'm like, who hit the gavel like that? So I choose what I respond to. That's me. There's things that, like I said, I cannot share with people. So when I respond, I'm not in the habit of letting people run over me or definitely not lie on me. And I'm gonna tell you, We got some professional liars out here. Professional. Some of the stuff they say, professional. Professional. So if y'all have a question about something, if it sounds crazy and off, yeah, it is crazy and all. It is crazy and all. So you know what, Producer Jay. Okay, I have no sound. So, and this is not cooperating. Okay, so I do want to go on to, it was something you sent me you wanted to go into. You got to cut your mic on, please, and put it up and we can get into it.
What did I send you?
Oh, you sent me something. You sent me. Okay, let's go into corruption. And let me get my last thought beforehand. So, Carol, you can depend on what Carol's going to work hard for her community. You don't have to wonder where she feels. She tells the truth. She tells the truth. So I want to make this very clear. Can you put up not the video yet? I want to put this because I want people to understand those who lie and not even lie very well actually are very poor researchers, pathetically poor researchers. So 810 Flint, let me give a shout out to that because they do great work. 810 Flint, Xavier, I use his stuff because he does a good job. I mean, it's just easy. He pays attention to council meetings and his content is right on target. It's right on target. And I appreciate what he put together. But the one where he fact checked it back in October, I believe. So back in October, and you can go on to elect Carol McIntosh for Flint City Council. I think that page is still open and it is on there. And on that page, she has, and it should be at the top. And so I don't know if that's up or because I can't see. Is it up yet? Because it's not showing me. Producer Jay.
Are you talking about the lawsuit?
Yeah. Yeah. So I must read the heading. Thank you, 810 Flint, Xavier. So he said the claim is false. Carol McIntosh was dismissed from the lawsuit filed by Anita Stewart without agreeing without agreeing to any settlement. Official documents confirm that she did not receive or contribute to the $600,000 settlement. So all these fake content providers who don't know the truth, look, watch the time. Well, y'all watching for them 5 and 6 hours. Please go back and share the truth that y'all lied. Just lie. Therefore, claiming that she cost the district money is inaccurate. Inaccurate. They out here peddling and perpetrating a lie. Stop that. The right the right information is stop the lies. It's been out there. Her attorney, Sharice Lee, has put it out there. The claim is misleading and unfounded. Carol McIntosh dismissal from the case without settlement and the lack of evidence was alleged misconduct. Let's make it clear that she was not responsible for the $600,000 to cost the district. She was not. Now you better watch who you got in front of you telling lies, just lying. Don't know the truth, just lying. Ugh. But this is the truth. She did not. So put it back up her attorney letter, please, sir, and thank you very much. I appreciate you. So write down in there, yes, the writing may be a little small, but a real attorney, someone who passed the bar and who has won cases, for those who were quoting that she did not, and she cost the district money. Y'all need to stop lying. I will stop to fact check you. I will absolutely do that. Because when you go to putting on someone's reputation that is a lie, you need to be corrected. Because lies about Flint and not stepping up, I've seen it cost. Producer Jay, you may have to read that because I do not have it up. Nope, I got it up now. You good. So, down towards the bottom, Carol McIntosh, her attorney was legal group, attorney Sharice Lee. It says Carol McIntosh did not agree to the settlement. Carol McIntosh is not a party to the settlement between the Flint Community Schools and two individual board members. Anita Stewart dismissed Carol McIntosh from the lawsuit without settlement. Okay. So when y'all gonna be out there listening to some of these people perpetrating the fraud, look, the letter, maybe they'll go back and apologize if they said if we made a mistake, they'll go back and apologize. Put the truth down. Let's put the truth out in the community. This is what happened. She did not call Leon Alameda put that lie out there. And then other people have been peddling. And then I heard it on another show, just lies. Her attorney who win case. Matter of fact, her attorney just won $850,000 for Donna Poplar. She won against the county. She won that case, $850,000. So kudos to attorney Sharice Lee, who represented Carol McIntosh. She did not cost the district money. So they need to stop telling these lies. Y'all, some of this group of people, they will lie and don't mind lying. And it needs to stop. It needs to stop. So that's why I put up the document so you can see what the truth is. That's the truth. She did not. So look, we do a little bit of housekeeping. Just a little bit. And so one thing when Carol talks about corruption, she said on the Ethics and Accountability Board, for those who try to say that she was not Councilman Mays' friend, she absolutely was. And they worked at GM. These people who keep trying to perpetrate this fraud, they need to stop. I mean, you're the problem, not the solution right now. I mean, splitting people's relationships like you are I don't know what to call it, actually an idiot. She had a very close relationship with him, and it started at General Motors. And they lived in the same neighborhood, the first ward, her entire life, okay? Her entire life. So people need to stop. I will say this for Carol, and she has said it. She has got some of the most loyal haters. She really does. She truly does. And that's not going to bring our community together. Let her do her work. What she fights is what's just and what's right. But we do know, let's get that video prepared. She will come to that podium and she will speak her truth. She will do that. And that's what we all have to start doing. You hear people who won't say anything. Do they ever come and speak to the public? Do they ever come speak to the public? Do they step to that podium to speak? She has stepped to that podium and she spoke at the end of this little video. It was really kind of funny, but she spoke her truth. Producer Jay, did I lose you? Let's play it. It's going to begin with Kawana Mack.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol McIntosh, and I am a candidate for the First Ward City Council seat. I'm also a member of the Ethics and Accountability Board appointed by the late Eric Mays. I just want to say, first of all, the City Council seats are not for targeting the residents or harassing people or trying to get us locked up. When we tell you what we need and what our desires are and the hurts of our hearts that have been committed against us by our government, it is for you to sit up there and legislate and create good policy to correct those things so that we can have a better life as residents. That's what we thought you were going to do when you were voted in. It is not for you to get involved in a RICO Act style crime appointing ARPA funds to yourself and then talking to your colleagues to secure 5 votes, destitutes a RICO Act. You've got together as a team to heist money from the taxpayers and appeasing yourself personally. Okay, some of you even voted for that and changed whatever. But the bottom line is this: you have a responsibility, and it's not to harass people, it's not to attack people, it's not to set people up, and things of that nature. And also, Miss Billy Dantzler, she and I often are lone voices on the Ethics and Accountability Board, and we do try to follow the charter, but you need 4, 5, 6 votes, the majority, which we never have. Okay, and it goes a lot like this. So when you're talking policy and how things should go, the setup is real, the target is real. What you're doing is illegal, and I want to know, because after Miss Dantzler was attacked at the meeting or had that little situation go on, the councilwoman showed up at her job, staring at her and eating breadsticks and eyeballing her down. I just want to know, did she have a police escort to take her to Miss Dantzler's job to do that? See, that's what she's not going to come in here and tell you that she's doing. She's antagonizing the public, and then she comes in here like she hasn't thrown any rocks. And then, on top of that, children lost their lives, and she comes in here taking jabs at people that are wounded and hurt. That's a spirit, a demonic spirit, because the devil is the author of confusion, and that's why it's always so much confusion at these meetings. When you are serving the public, you are supposed to be keeping the peace. We have 5 police cars to patrol 36 miles of city, a city riddled with crime. It should be policy taking place at this table to get police on the streets. And Mr. Murphy said he was disappointed because the residents didn't show up to clean up. It's not our job to clean up the city. It's the city's job. It's your job to set that up here to clean the city up. And he has a 0-degree term more. He should be riding around cutting grass with that money in his nonprofit, gassing it up.
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time.
That. Thank you so much for your time.
Right. Thank you, Madam
Clerk. We'll have exorcisms on Sunday.
Listen, raised in the family, I'm telling y'all, we will fight for what's right. Carol's going to fight for what's right. But y'all, she killed me when she says we do exorcism at church on Sunday. Oh, yeah. Oh, she killed me with that. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Oh, y'all. We do exorcism at church on Sunday. Listen. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. So, she was on point. She was on point. And Kawana Mac, shout out to you because you show up. Kawana Mac shows up, and I appreciate her. She show up, she protests, she exercises her right. Now, the people in Dalton exercise their right like Kawana Mac. And some of you were 80, and there was a 94-year-old woman there who goes and shows up. There were so many people on walkers, canes. People, oh, no, I'm not giving it. We're not just letting them do this to us down here. Oh no, we showing up. And Tiffany Henry, you put in her stuff. Them people are going hard on her. On her gone. And they're saying it. They are saying it. And so when Carol said, we do exorcism at church on Sunday. That one took me out. So I do want to say this. And look, thank y'all. If you want to click like, share, and subscribe. Click like, share, and subscribe. And look, donate. This show is not, they got a problem with the fact that I take donations. They really do. It does not go to me. I cannot produce this show without my producer. It is not we do not use, and let me tell you, I could use the city stuff, but look, because I'm talking about city business, some of my podcasts about the city. Yeah, the mayor does one every Saturday on his and on Facebook in City Hall. I can do that, Liddell. I'm an elected official who's not taking checks like you are. So listen, and we wanted to make sure, and I'm gonna tell you, Beverly Biggs got robbed from that election. She got robbed. She got robbed like the Save-A-Lot got robbed, okay? She got robbed like the grocery store got robbed. She did. They did her dirty. They did her dirty. She had 589 votes. And when we look at what they're doing with this third ward ambassador, that is running all kinds of stuff. Yeah, leave that up, please. And so when we have to make sure we have elected officials, one thing we know for sure, Carol wouldn't be hanging up on the residents right now. One thing we know for sure, we would have had 5 votes for Carol. That 6th vote would have been Beverly Biggs, and people can quit acting like they didn't know, because you're part of the problem, not the solution. Sometimes you got to put aside what you feel or don't feel, or whatever your differences are, for the greater good of the whole. Who gonna fight for this city? When the voters speak, y'all have to pay attention. Leon got more money to get from ARPA. I got to go back. I think it was $150,000. He got in his name $3,850 to Leon L. Alameen, another $1,800 that was to the maintenance too. But he has $150,000 that we have not given yet. Now I don't know how they do it, because the check register ain't been up, y'all. We know that they got to vote together, because all they nonprofits get money. They getting paid, and what is happening? Y'all getting left behind. You're getting left behind. So, Carol, thank you for speaking up, because you say things in a way people be calling you Eric Mays Jr. And I'm gonna say this: no one has to explain their relationship, which is cute to me, because half the people sitting up saying about the relationship with Eric Mays did not have one. That is cute to me. I have never said, me and Mays we've had some fights just like everybody else. We've had some serious fights. But and over the years. But Mays has had he had a good heart. Will we be in this predicament now? No. He'll be fighting so hard for Hasselbring. What we don't have right now is Leon fighting for Hasselbring. We're not closing, but what we're gonna do is have some new people. He got to say what they say. He got another $150,000 to give him. He's not fighting. There is going to be, and I do want to go into Hasselbring. So hold on before we're gonna. So listen, y'all, we got to stop to pay the cost, to pay the bills. So if you please support the Tonya Burns Show, Cash App $J87. Those funds go to pay my producer so that I can give y'all the information that you need, that we need. And he works tirelessly. He thinks that I'm supposed to work 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning to get the information out that you need. And he does. I need y'all to support him, to support me, because I cannot do this without him. And you cannot do a show when you're putting up documents unless you have a producer. I get 0 funds from this. Also, if you want to advertise on the Tonya Burns Show, contact, inbox me, and I'll make sure I get it to the right one. Because in order to get these shows, they're not free. You have to pay monthly for subscriptions to these different StreamYard, and I forget the other ones. And we do. The fact that Liddell wanted to question if I was using Zoom for the city, I absolutely can if I wanted to, because I'm talking about city business. I'm talking about how every single meeting or every weekend or Saturday, I'm gonna have a segment about Liddell. Absolutely, because people need to see. She walks around and doesn't care how she treats the people, and I'm gonna talk about it. And I'm gonna put it up so y'all can see it. Because you don't have to allow anybody to mistreat you and to misuse you. She never came and said, I'm sorry, let's change. And she's still going after people. On her way out the door, she was talking garbage. And then she had Judy co-signing on her garbage. Judy was co-signing on Liddell's garbage. No, don't come for me. Not today. No. So if you can please support $, Cash App, producer J87, greatly appreciate your kindness, and your donations go towards a worthy cause, so that we can understand why we can give you these shows, so we can get more people into city council like Dalton and Thornton Village has done. So I do want to go on to I want to go to Hasselbring next. Hasselbring will be in court on, what was it, this Wednesday? I said this Wednesday at 9:00 a.m. None of the judges want to support this. None of them. It went into Judge Marable, then it was moved to Judge Tabitha Marsh, then they said Judge Gwynn, and basically Flint judges and the black was like, no, you doing this. And there's the feeling of, why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? Hasselbring feeds over 600 people per month. Those are a lot of meals in the food desert. So they're going to need your help at the Burton courts at 9:00 a.m. Judge Jessica Hammond is off of Saginaw Street. Go to Hasselbrink's website. You can, for those who don't live here, you can donate. They're taking seniors over there in buses. They need your support for their attorney. They do need your support. And so this Thursday, 9 a.m., Wednesday, the 22nd, they're asking for your support. They're asking for your support. And so asking that you support Hasselbring Center as they fight to keep the doors open. It is run by Beverly Lewis. Since she has been there, their 990s, which are online and in order. They are in good standing with the state of Michigan and in good standing with Genesee County, to where they just received their funding again in September. Only problem we having is with this mayor and this administration, with retaliation and being vindictive. He needs to bring them back to the table and correct this. You're not showing anybody. This is political suicide. For him to say, I'm going to take and move the seniors and break it up and put my own in. You're not making a point. You're not making a point. He will not be able to get rivet seat, which will come up in 2 years. That's not going to happen. Only job he can run for is mayor. He needs or retire. He needs to correct this. Bring them back to the table. No one else pays for heat. No one else in these facilities. And they don't pay for their water. Hasselbring said, we'll still pay for our heat. We'll pay for our water. Their heat is approximately, days like this, $900 a month in the winter. Water, $505 a month. Outside parking lots, $250 a month. Shoveling, depending on the snow and how much salt, that could range from anywhere from $200 to $600, $700. It depends on the snowfall. And every time somebody come in, if the snow come down, they got somebody out there taking care of it. To make sure the seniors, they're salting it, shoveling, plowing, taking care. And shouts out to y'all for taking care of all of that for the seniors. Making sure they have cleaning supplies. This is political suicide for Mayor Sheldon Neely to be removing a nonprofit from the site. 2012, I think did the article come through to you? Man, I need to put it back at the bottom. The then Mayor Williamson, they had an article, and I'm gonna put it up. So what they said, 2012, there was an article stating that there was a decision underneath emergency management that the 2 senior centers would be taken over by nonprofit. Brennan Center, which is predominantly Black, Hasselbrink, predominantly Black. I don't understand a Black mayor picking on the Black facilities. Y'all come on now. This is why y'all got to come out. We can't just have the seniors showing up. We can't. So 2012, need me to resend it? What's up?
Hey, so let's set the stage for a second before you continue. So let's do this. And you already told them that I don't run anything by you. Whatever. So let's do this. I'm gonna put the Hasselbring Cash App on the screen.
Put it up.
And for this entire segment, don't send any money to producer J87. Let's try to support Hasselbring as much as we can. So I'm gonna put it up.
Thank you. Thank you. So producer Jay, I told y'all he'd be running stuff, and I just was like, okay. So because we have a good work. So listen, he's going to put up the Cash App, and for this Cash App, so I'm going to read the article because the Cash App, I want that to take, but I'm going to read the article. And so with the article coming up, with the article that is coming up, and I just you don't have to put the Cash App, and I'm gonna read the article. So and listen, y'all know the internet is over here on the struggle bus, literally. So I'm gonna read it. Flint, this is dated, and it was updated October 26, 2012. Flint seeks proposals for outsourcing senior centers. Why? Because they were failing. They wasn't making money. They were mismanaged terribly. Seniors didn't have services. They didn't have all the activity. It was a problem. So when the state came in, they said, look, y'all don't know what y'all doing. You know, we're gonna, we're gonna sell off, we're gonna close the centers, padlock, chain them, and we're taking them on, we're gonna put them up for auction. We're gonna sell them off because they sold everything. So the city didn't have the capacity to run this. A lot of our city departments, we don't have the capacity. We don't have parks and recreation. Our DPW department is understaffed. Many, our legal department, I don't know if they had 6 attorneys. I think they maybe got 3 or 4 now. So many of our departments are understaffed. And so what it states in here, because it says Flint's emergency financial manager. Y'all, this is not correct. Yeah, bear with me. But look, he hit that cash app. Do that for me. So let me go back because it dropped like my calls do. So the emergency financial manager is looking to hand over operation of City of Flint senior centers to a third party in an effort to cut costs, officials said. The city is asking for proposals from an outside entity, whether it's an individual, nonprofit, or business for daily operation of its 2 remaining senior centers, Hasselbring Senior Center and Brennan Senior Center. We want the seniors to get the biggest bang for the buck, said Patrick Gerasi, Flint Parks and Recreation Director. That department is now gone, y'all. We want them to enjoy the centers the way they should be enjoyed. The city receives money from a county-wide senior millage to run the centers, but has had to be subsidized by funding with city tax money since Genesee County reduced the amount of Flint receives per center by $10,000 because of declining tax revenue. Former emergency manager Michael Brown had said during a series of town hall meetings earlier this year that he was exploring the possibility of having a local nonprofit take over. Emergency management said we're going to have a nonprofit take over the 2 centers. That is what happened. Now we are back to the part to where the mayor wants to take over something that the city couldn't manage before. And this one is a vindictive way of retaliation. What he should do, in my opinion, is meet with her, go back to the table. He wanted everybody to kiss the ring, and I kept it, y'all. I got fired every day. He ended up laying me off. So when the people lie and say, "Oh, he fired you," no, he did not. I got a layoff slip, and I didn't put it up there. I didn't put it up there. Me and Jim during the same day, but every day I was threatened with my job because to me, it's you got to be for the people, and I didn't waver in standing for the people. I did what was right, and I don't regret what I did at all, not at all. Because when you're speaking your truth and up for your community, you got to make a bold step. One of the people who kept getting me fired every day, Councilman Mays. I kid y'all not. By Thursday, no later than Friday, Mays had been cussed out of everybody and told them off in City Hall because access to information had began when Mayor Neely got elected being denied. So Mays would call me. Yo, Tonya, check this out. I need the blah, 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 blah. I need to know about this. And I would let him know because they are the legislative branch. And at that time, I worked for the administrative branch. You have a right to access for city information. It doesn't belong to you. It's the people's. It's the people's information. It's the people's thing. Everything belongs to the people. And so I would tell him. And it was several times where Councilman Mays called in my private phone. He would call on. And he would ask for stuff, and we would be in the meeting. And I never kept my phone face down because I didn't care, and he would say, I told you, no, you think I'm playing? And you know what? I'm gonna answer his calls because I always have. Me and Mays' friendship, it goes. He was married. His dad, Pastor Mays, was married to my aunt Martha Mays, and me and Kim, my cousin, very close. And happy belated birthday, Kim! This was her birthday this weekend to Susan. Susan, with a reminder, plastering her all over her Facebook. Um, Mays would call. He had a right to know. He couldn't get any information out of the finance department. He couldn't get any information about nothing, y'all. Nothing. And so I would give it to him. I would give it to him because he deserved it. It was public information. And so, did me and Mays have arguments? Yeah, we did. I think Mays had them with himself sometimes. But when it comes to the people, it's always the people. He was upset I supported Neely. He was very angry with me about that. Let me say that. As him and Neely had fallen out. Many people don't know this. Mays, when Neely ran for city council, Mays supported him. Mays showed him how to do absentee ballots over at his house. He helped him. Mays helped Neely get elected. He helped him. And many people don't know that those who pretend like they think they know, y'all need to stop, okay? He was over there and he helped him. He helped him to fill out absentee ballots, helped him through the process. And when Neely turned and started trying to ostracize Mays. Mays was a big personality, and it was very hard to overcome that for him, and very outspoken. And they began to, as he really fall out when Neely got on council, and then it just went like downhill, y'all. After that, like not lightly, went like shh, like a shh. And so that's just a little Mays fact. He did the absentee ballot, showed Neely and supported Neely. He thought that Neely would, bring about positive change, as I did too, but I was wrong. Like, I was wrong. And so when we look at what Neely has done with these seniors, it is egregious. It is despicable. When we look at what the seniors are going through, it's not right. I sat through a meeting. I went to listen to Woodson's cancer cluster study with the minority something. I'm gonna get it wrong about the cancer cluster study. And so I make sure, even though I will fight with Woodson and he will fight with me, I'm supporting my community with the cancer cluster study. That I don't have to be talking to Woodson. There's been times, y'all, Woodson wasn't even talking to me. And when Doug said something, he was not talking to me. And he was like, no, but you're not gonna talk to her like that. And he wasn't even talking, he was mad at me. He was mad at me for about 2 months. But he better just do what Dink told him. Dink told him, you better not mess with her no more. So I went there to listen to him. But before he spoke, or him in the cancer cluster study, the minority cancer cluster study out of DC, if I'm saying it wrong, he's gonna let me know, y'all. Trust me. That was his auntie who was we saw the video of. And let me tell you, her daughter passed away. And then we know in that video, you watching it, Clara passed away. Tony Palladino passed away. So there were, you have many people who really fought, the fighters. Some of them have lost their lives. And you hear his auntie speaking so eloquently and what she wanted. That is Woodson's fight. I remember him showing me his cousins. He was taking her to and from doctor's appointments, and him showing me her pictures of her skin. Her skin was falling off in pieces that were about that big, and all over. And when you just look at somebody with the condition, her living body she was living with, that it just hurt. And he didn't take it very well, which, you watch and you're his beloved aunt, his beloved cousin that ended up passing away, and he's watching them suffer. And so what his drive and what his fight is to say, what I can do is not give up. He is not giving up. That's his drive. That's his path. It hit close to him. He was very close to his aunt, very close to her. And that hit home for him. And that's his drive and that's his passion, that as he takes breath upon this earth, Before he rests, he's going to fight for everything he can to make sure this community with these, and I never heard of some of these cancers, these rare blood cancer and multiple melanoma. I can't even pronounce the names, y'all. And educating us as residents, because he's educated me on it by listening. We don't always get along. And y'all, some of our arguments then played out publicly. And he still was wrong for that. I'm gonna say that. But when it came to what we're fighting together for the community, we're gonna continue that fight. We're going to continue that fight. And I think it's kind of like we're dysfunctional siblings, like we like got the same daddy but a different mom or something. Because that's how we fight. His fight is so personal. And when he shared that video, I was really surprised that he did. Because I know you may see him this other way, but inside he is a teddy bear. He is a teddy bear. And for him to, and he's gonna be so mad at me, y'all. Because you're trying to say I'm soft. I'm not saying that you're soft. I didn't say you're soft like a cashmere sweater or like a koala bear. Inside you are, because you're passionate and you care. And as long as he is on this earth, he's going to fight, because there are funds, there is medical help, there is assistance. He gives these health fairs to make sure this community where you can get all these free screenings. He does that. And for me, as we should all be aligned in Flint, fighting together for the betterment of our community. And we're not. We're not. And that is one of the biggest travesties. So I don't know if he would ever share. I don't even know if he could, because he, it's when we look at what his auntie went through, that was serious. And then his cousin, that was scary. It was scary. And it was you watching somebody, and there's nothing you can do. And it was because of the water. The water. Well, we take for granted every day the water. But we take for granted that you wash your hair, you bathe, you eat, you use it for everything. You water your lawn. You give people giving it to their dogs, their pets. People stop giving even the pets were getting cancer. The pets are sick, getting tumors. The pets. So it was giving the pets. What do you think it was doing to the humans and the human body? Yeah, you think about this, and people say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with it," and there's absolutely something wrong with the water. For 18 months, every elected or department or level of government, our local, our state, our county, our federal, they lied to us. They lied. Flint residents were not told the truth for 18 months, going to be 11 years later, this April. So why I fight with Whitson to make sure, and some of the stuff he knows, it'll get to a point, and even when Danielle, we weren't, he's like, girl, she called him Arthur. Arthur, I'm so glad you and Arthur talking now. Because girl, I just think I'm glad you Arthur talk. I'm to talk. I'm gonna help him fight for whatever I can. I support his project. I did not want to go when he had to speak this Wednesday at the county commissioners, and it was cold, y'all. It was cold, and so I went, and the lady before him, she spoke about our seniors, our most vulnerable population. She spoke about the seniors. So can you play? And it's a little long, y'all. I'm sorry if it's a little long, but I want y'all to hear what she's saying with the information, because you weren't there, and I want to share that. So producer Jay, can you put it? I sent you the mark for her. Our seniors, this is the only meal that they're getting per day. They're feeding 600 people per month, and it's already projected to be, I think, 900. Guess what the number one center is with feeding? Hasselbring, the north side, where our population is 96% Black. Number one feeding center. That sometimes that's the only socialization skill that they get. It's the only meal that they get. And then they have where you can get fruits. They got different things that you come and get, for the community, healthy alternative for different things. He said, there won't be a disruption. Lie. There has to be a disruption to move one part out and another one out. Mayor Neely is going to cause a disruption in our seniors getting meals. He has to. You're not automatically starting the day that they left. Stop the craziness. You have to be a nonprofit, I believe, to even run it. They don't even have that. There will be a disruption in the services with feeding our seniors. Because he mad over some vindictive, because you wasn't going to win against McDonald Rivet anyways, Mayor Neely. So chalk that up as a loss. That was just going to be a straight L. A straight L. That was a straight L you was going to get. Because the UAW supported her, all the unions. And when they said, we're putting all our money and resources into her and whatever it takes. Oh, whoever was running, it was going to be an L, a straight L. Because she fit their demographic as it goes further up north. She fits the demographic. They gave her funds. She was already in office. As a matter of fact, there should be an election for her office coming up, her prior office. So she's serving that office. Because she came to the senior center and they didn't kick her out. Beverly Lewis didn't kick her out. You taking it out on all the seniors, you're going to disrupt them being fed. So when we look at, I call him Nino Brown, but you call him a tyrant. He needs to be calling her and saying, hey, look, I need to get off of this pedestal and put myself on. I need to do what's right for this community. Let's renegotiate and talk about what's important for this community. If you coming up with, you didn't hire somebody, the fire chief's wife, yes, the fire chief's wife is going to run the center that he appointed. Then he's going to hire 6 other people. Why not give those funds where you got this miracle money to her? I'm even of the point that if you need some of the park over there or whatever, because it sits on acre, let them keep 2-3 acres. Build around it, because Flint's going to be growing out. But make sure we give that whole program to the community so that they can afford to stay in their homes with this housing. And a lot of these HUD programs, let me tell you, like over in Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter's ward, and she has done a fantastic job of making sure, reaching out to people who can get new roofs and facing. So when they put new communities in housing, if it's funded by the federal government or HUD, they often offer programs to make sure that the community is uniform. So members of the community were benefiting from the windows, new roofs, to upgrade the exterior of their home. It's a fact. That's in Councilwoman J. Winfrey Carter's. I know she has been getting talked about with certain things in her ward. Look, we all got dilapidated buildings in our ward. We do. I got a building down here burnt up. 3 houses down in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock a.m. My neighbor was driving down the street about 2 months ago. Lord knows I'm never going to be able before 3 o'clock usually. And he honking his horn, waking everybody up, and I can hear him hollering out the window. I was 60-some years old. And I look out the window and I'm like, Jesus Lord. Now I always keep a little emergency outfit because my parents are seniors, some that I can throw on, with a jacket and with my sign. In case something happened to my parents, your girl is gone. Keep gas in my vehicle in case something happened. And I looked out that window. It was nothing but yellow and gold, and the flames were everywhere. Al had gotten out of his house. They had torched the building. It was an accelerant was poured in it. And it was bad. And they came, and the police came and says, you got to get evacuated. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think like 6 houses down on each side of my street. And so to be woken up out of your sleep with somebody honking the horn, and you see the flames, it's okay, what I got to do. And then so I went out. They told us, get your vehicles. If your vehicle's in the garage, get them out. Place them down the street. I went and knocked on my neighbors' doors to let them know, you're gonna have to evacuate. As they watched it. Right now, we'll say Fire Chief Wiggins did come over to check on the people that night. I will give him that. So Woodrow Green is on here. Woodrow Green, Fire Chief Wiggins was here. He was Johnny on the spot because the fire was. They had to get help. That building is like a little plaza, a little strip mall. It was on fire. One of the main anchors. We all have buildings in our wards that should have been torn down. We all have buildings in our ward that should not be open, in liquor stores. And the liquor store thing, there's a process. She's been taking some unfortunate knocks on her head with people who don't understand the process, and they're just wrong. Land bank is difficult to get their properties. They just tore down the building next to Rubes. The owner of Rubes, Derek, we have put in numerous times, Jerry and myself, because we have put it in. The building fell down. She called, I called. Now we get that the city claimed Ed Taylor worked out. Just stop. We've been asking for that building. I have been asking for that to be torn down before Michael Freeman was there. Phil Stair was there before Michael Freeman was even there. Been asking. Then it collapsed. They put a fence around it, land bank. Jerry called, I called. She let her dad know. So I don't know where they got no Ed Taylor did this. No. But look, everybody worked on. Let's say this is the first project the city and the council and the county all worked on. Let's do that. And a building has been torn down. But I will say this: we all have got buildings. Flint has been going down since about 78 when things started to change. And so we have got declines about 40 years. It's not going to all be fixed overnight. I had a liquor store in my ward that was finally closed down, and it's a process. It's a process. But we're going to do that one next. But I do want to play the video, Producer Jay, which was on Arthur Woodson, because I learned the funding which was there. And it's very low, so I may have to cut your volume up. So, Producer Jay, can you hear me, sir? Yeah, now he ignored me.
Oh, I was over his sleep at this 3 hour and 45-minute show. I'm about to play it now.
You know what? We talking about feeding our seniors. Cut it up.
Give me 1 second because it's playing, but I don't hear anything. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, you might have to keep talking. I'm gonna have to find out what's going on with it. It was playing earlier, but it's not playing.
I'm gonna have to call him back on. Ooh. Yeah, hold on. I got a little issue going on.
I think you muted yourself.
Oh, that's what you called me for? I'm unmuted now, though, right?
Yeah, you good.
That's what you called me for?
Yes, because you were just
I'm hanging
talking.
up here.
You were
I
talking.
did mute myself. I had muted myself, so that was in the front. Yeah. Sorry for the technical difficulty. So let me start back over. So the senior center. If y'all can hear me, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Give me a number 1 in the comments and hit the like button. If you can hear me, hit the like button. Put a 1 in the comments. I can't sing, y'all. I'm telling y'all, Carol was the one got the solo when we was at Blackwell AME Zion Church. They wouldn't let me sing the solo. So listen, please. Okay, thank y'all. Y'all can hear me. So seniors are growing. The need for feeding our seniors is growing. I think it's estimated to go from 600 to 900. In addition to that, that is the only meal that seniors get per day. They're talking about closing or reducing the amount of days to serve meals from 5 days to 3. So that means that for over half of the week, because it's 7 days in a week, only 3 of those days where senior have meals. Oh, what's going on? Producer Jack.
I don't know what's going on. My bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So,
got all kinds of technical problems going on over here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, if they can hear me again, I do want to say, oh, I see the ones in there. So, they're facing being going from 5 meals a week to 3 meals a week. They're also facing, there's a higher increase for food for people to eat. You got to have food to survive. And Hasselbring is the #1 center providing foods to our center in the county. Shout out to Beverly Lewis, who's doing it right. Shout out to you, Beverly Lewis. Let me give you your flowers because you are getting it right. You are working for the seniors. You're working for your center. You're working for the betterment of your community. She is the #1 center that's feeding. The county commissioners should not just be sending letters. Y'all need to be telling him across the street, we need her to stay in there, period. When she leaves, that funding leaves, you don't get it. He ain't running the center right. How he gonna run the center right? He's not. So I want to say, I mean, and that's to be commended. Her 990s are in order, that she's filed them correctly. Her standing with the state of Michigan is good. Her standing are great. Her standing with, because when you're getting your funding, is great. Her standing with the county commissioner is great. She's doing what she needs to be doing. These people get so political that they don't want to shake anything up. And that is a problem. When you sit in your seat and you want to be so nice that you don't want to say anything because you don't want to ruffle any feathers, you can't always get along with everybody. That's why we end up in the water crisis. Why? Nobody spoke up. Nobody spoke up. Nobody said we know that the water ain't been treated. I'm going to speak up. When I get them information, y'all going to get the information. I don't know what that is you showing. Yep, that's her. So when I get the information, y'all get the information. And I'm going to keep doing that. If someone had spoke up, we wouldn't have drank water that was poisoned for 18 months. I get the information, I'm sharing it. I'm going to continue to be transparent because you got to have somebody telling you. I'm going to continue to work for my community and work for what's right. So big shout out to you, Beverly Lewis. You working for your community, giving this community what they deserve, and saying, you know, it's nice to know that they got extra funds to hire 7 extra people, you know, and for making sure everything is in decent and in order. Everyone should be rallying behind her. And we put the cash app. We have put the cash app. Merc does a focus on time. Okay. So I don't know. Did we get the video fixed? Yeah, we having some technical problems. I'll have myself together. I'll have myself together by the time middle of the week. Tomorrow I'm celebrating the King's birthday. So
it's gonna.
I do want to say this.
So that one's totally on me. I know what I did wrong. So if you want to play it, I just need to go and re-download it. But
no, we're past. I didn't talk about the content already. So we're gonna listen. We say so we know that however long we on here, Producer Jack, they gonna talk about it. They're gonna talk about it. They're gonna talk about it. So listen, show up to celebrate, not to show up to support Hasselbring Center this Wednesday in court. It is on. Deacon AC Dumas is watching, y'all. He sent me a text message and said it's located on South Center Road, the 67th District Court. It is located on South Center Road. Thank you, Deacon AC Dumas. And it's going to be this Wednesday at 9:00 a.m. He went to correct me. And that's a correction I'm going to say because we need everybody to be there. So also, they close out for signatures, I think on Tuesday. Signatures have to be in. And so there's going to be an election in May. Y'all, and Flint is draining. And until the residents speak up, we got to make people do what's right around here. They're not going to do it on their own. They're not. So can you put up Cheers Market, please, that article? So before I was elected, literally 2016, this market was a problem. I promise y'all. It was a problem. And I wasn't even elected. And they had shootings, they had stabbings, they had maybe one or two, at least one, I think 2 homicides up there. I couldn't download the video. There's one video, literally the guys are backed up to the door. They would hang out at the store every day. And a car goes by, and one guy has a gun that's in his hand, and he's running across the parking lot, shooting, going across. And then the other one gets a assault rifle, look like a Draco. Dracos are popular weapons around Flint. Draco guns are. He get it out the back seat, puts it on top of the hood. His car is backed up. He puts it on top of the hood and places it as to position it as to start shooting across the street or at the car that was going by. So 2 other people, and the other one, he's running across the park. So they shooting. The store didn't get closed until 2000 and last year, and it took the community. So Cheers Market operator pleads guilty in federal court. It took, 6-7 years, and it took the Glendale Hills, which is in my ward, and kudos to all of them who worked on this: Sharon Bradley, Patty Warner, Michelle Young, to get this done. And the complaints, because you cannot work on it by yourself. This is of the community. One, a liquor license. Only person can take a liquor license. You have to go to the alcohol, tobacco, the ATF with the state of Michigan. We don't control how many liquor licenses that are here. We don't do that. That's what the state of Michigan. That's what they do. That's their job. People have to understand the levels of government. And literally in this, and it's a process. You have to have so many nuisances, which means the store has to be open. That little store with JWC's, I don't think that store is not even open. It's not even open. Now, you can't stop people from buying liquor, and you just can't. You can't do that. People are going to have, but how they maintain them. Only way to get a store shut down, one, through the ATF, through alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Also, you have to work through the county because it has to be labeled a nuisance, which means they got to have like 1 million complaints. No, okay, y'all, not maybe 1 million, but 1,000 it seems like. Because if we look at from 2016 to I think 23 is when it got closed. And I remember we were on the court on the lines, we called in, and they appealed it. Who's on for Cheers Market? And we had to announce who were the 6th Ward residents. And then Chief Green did, I won't take this from him. Chief Green did work with me to get this closed. He wanted me to shut up. He was tired of me talking about Cheers Market. He didn't want to hear about Cheers Market, not at one more meeting. Chief Green did, and his staff did a great job with this, but it was a long time coming. The process to remove a license that is governed by the state is difficult. It's difficult, and you got to be open. That store ain't even open. So for me, you got to know what you're talking about. I had a store that had been open, never closed until it was closed, but it took the residents, not 1 or 2. It took the community, and it took me. I wasn't even on council when I started working with them on getting this closed. I wasn't even on council, but it was a problem. And so the process, you got to have the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Now, this lady in this store, which a lot of these bootleg stores do, She was selling food stamps or 50 on the dollar, got caught on that. I mean, just all kind of stuff. In the store, you can go get your 50, they was giving you 50 cents, 50 on the dollar, whatever. By the way, I think Liddell ain't paid her neighbor her money yet. For them food stamps. And so when we look at how long it takes, we need to be fair when we're putting up stuff. Every single ward, because Flint had been in a decline for years, it's going to take time to build back up these neighborhoods. And with that, support your council person. Support. And I will say this, her ward has got the most development in it. Where it used to be Hurlick's and it was Jack the Haberdasher, which is across from Soggy Bottom. That has been sold. Odyssey House has been sold. They're moving their way down. I call it Detroit Street, but it's King Street. Y'all know King Street runs through everybody black neighborhood in the city. And so they are buying up that property on Saginaw and King. They're coming across that. I know some people own property that they're looking to already buy. But it is an unfair assessment when you're saying, well, this building is dilapidated or this building. Yes, you have to work hard. You can put in. Look, Rube's building next to Rube, Phil Stair was there. And it didn't get torn down. That was something started on before I was even elected too. And it fell down before they went and finished tearing it down. So the process here is extremely, extremely slow. And she has got Carriage Town. She has got downtown. She's got the new townhomes next to the Taco House, La Familia. She's got a portion of I got tiny homes, and they're building Grand Traverse. She also has got homes that are part of Salem Housing in her ward. She has got University Park. She's got Clark Commons, which is basically where they took Atherton East and brought it over. She lives in Smith Village. It's housing all over there. So when we talk about redevelopment, it don't all happen at once. And people need to understand how government goes. That's why I talk about it. So for this one store that, they prostitute, I had one of them in mind. 6th Ward, Glendale Hills. Not just one. Y'all, I had Club Sunoco. And that store, Jerry's department was torn out. Club Sunoco. Well, that's what they call it. Sunoco service station. Sunoco, I don't know what you call it. Mini mart, because they sell chicken there and the hot food and everything else. They were having, there were issues. And I went to the owner because him and I are friends. And I'm like, look, you gotta shut this down. What can I do to help you? Oh, the city is messing with it. I said, okay, look, hold on, let's do this. Do you have your camera with the green? No, because the police don't show up anyway. I said, okay, where's your non-loitering sign? What non-loitering sign? What am I supposed to do? We call the police, they never show up. Okay, wrote him an action plan. We don't have no problems at Sunoco, but the store got to be open if you're going to take a problem with it. The liquor licenses go with the store, but they can be sold. You can sell your liquor license. That liquor license has not been sold. She can't do nothing about that until the store opened up and there's traffic and the people start reporting it as a nuisance. The people, the residents, and it takes a long time. I was able to work with Sunoco and we got that under control. We don't have all them late night. They was shooting videos up there, y'all. They was tearing that place up. They was partying. I'm like, look, Tony, look here. You can't be doing this. Well, I can't control them. I call the police. They don't show up. So working with the Flint police. Now, I will say that Chief Green did a great job. Finally, when it got to it on Cheers, I will say that. Sunoco, we were able to get that under control. And I go there. My neighbor, Miss Parker, she's 96. She go there. She goes there. She go to get her gas. And she's a retired teacher, was at Longfellow. So what I'm saying is it takes the community to get involved. I felt she wasn't given a fair shake because we all have got issues to work on. And some with Flint, they take a lot. So we look at the Michigan State Police said they pulling out of Flint. I don't even know what that looked like, y'all. And I'm going to be honest. But my question on Tuesday is I want to know what does that look like, because we were dependent on them for their help for over 10 years, because we cannot handle the amount of crimes that occur. We cannot. Those robbing grocery stores. robbing them. So I do want to say that. So give her some grace and tell her how can I don't put her on blast. That was really unfair because every ward got problems. Mine does. It does, but you deal with them one by one. I had to deal with Sunoco. I done had that. Look, whoever here got some matches and gasoline, they setting stuff on fire. I done had two serious buildings within actually not even probably 700, 800 feet from each other. They have torched. They have torched. And so when we look at as Flint is being rebuilt, we do have an arsonist. We do. We do. And it takes time. And these communities going to change. So you'll be looking in 10 years, you'll be like, well, how did that happen? Because they do. And like I said, I shared the story about, I remember homes were like 400,000 in this one area that used to be black in Chicago. Homes over $2 million now. $2 million. So we have to be careful with what we say and how do we help. Her ward, there's millions and millions. Clark Commons, I don't even know how much that project. Initially, it was like 30 million given, but I think they have over 40 million. And so that's a huge project. And that project goes back to St. John's when they misplaced the people, where we talked about, and we're gonna revisit that, where they misplaced the black community. They separate black families, white families. They sent the black folks over to the projects or public housing. They helped the white folks to get they got down payment assistance and were able to get mortgages on new homes. Two different things. Black folks given public housing. White folks were given homes with down payment assistance. And I'm just telling y'all. And it's in the paperwork. I gotta go back to find it. The document was like a 68-page document, and I read it. And I'm gonna let me write that down, y'all, because I meant to, because it didn't come over to Super J, Producer J. Look, I done gave him a whole new name, like he's Superman. I'm gonna do that one because we know that when new things come, don't think they give them to y'all black folks. No. They think we don't know how to act or take care of stuff, which is not true. So we have to fight for what we need and what we're entitled to get. So I want to put up the Jasmine Crockett because they keep coming for my girl, and she like a ninja. So, Producer Jay, are you with me, sir? You didn't have me on here all this time. And look, if y'all on here, I appreciate you. Click like, share, and subscribe. Share this video out. So Jasmine Crockett, and I got to go pull it up. I had the pleasure of meeting her when she was here, and she represents in Texas, and she is not to be played with. She's an attorney, a very smart and intelligent black woman, and she was not for their stuff at all. And she keeps having somebody who just continues to come for her. Couple of women on there, and they keep questioning her. So she was not playing with them on this day. I got to find where I put this at. You got it though. Is that the one that I sent you? Oh, 810 Flint got one. Look, 810 Flint, they got one that was pretty good too. And so the video of it, let me go over to this one, because y'all know I can't read the little bitty stuff they be putting on here. And so 810 Flint, shout out for you for making sure that you're putting up relevant topics that we can all benefit from. And y'all cruise on over there to their page because they do a beautiful job with what they are doing. And I appreciate, you got some stuff on here I need to catch up on and read. And I appreciate it. Where is it at? I don't see it. He's got a lot of stuff on here, y'all. Okay, here we go. Nancy Mace tries to fight Jasmine Crockett. If you want to go outside, look, I've had one of these Karens I've had to deal with. I sure have one of these Karens. So, fight breaks out in Congress. If you want to take it outside, we can do that. Y'all know darn well that ain't what she wanted to do. Why was this Karen trying to bait her to do that? Because she just beat her up with her words. She's a wordsmith. Okay. So Jasmine Crockett is very outspoken, and we need people who can speak the truth, tell the truth, handle their business, and do their thing. So, can you play it, super producer Jay? We about to get off here, y'all.
Congress, oversight Republicans disbanded one of the most important subcommittees in Congress, the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. And now in the 119th Congress, the chairman and House Republicans have decided to prioritize the demands of the real president, Elon Musk, and his billionaire friends over the needs of the American people. Now, we are about to approach the birthday of Martin Luther King. It's actually tomorrow. And on January 20th will be the inauguration of Donald Trump, but it will also be the observation of MLK Day. And the fact that we have decided that in this country we are not going to honor civil rights should be something that we all take issue with. Considering the fact, for some that don't know what civil rights are about, because some people only believe that it deals with Black folk, let me explain. Civil and political rights are a class of rights that protect individuals' freedom from the infringement by governments, social organizations, and private individuals. They ensure one's entitlement to participate in the civil and political life of society and the state. Defined another way, the right to be free from discrimination, the freedom to worship as we choose, the right to vote for our elected representatives, the protections of due process, the right to privacy. If any of that sounds familiar, it is because these are rights that are born out of our Constitution, something that we all supposedly have sworn an oath to, and we swear to not only, we don't just swear to it, we are supposed to protect those rights. Interestingly enough, we just had the funeral of one of our beloved presidents. And I caught a flight to Austin on the day of the funeral. And I had the honor of sitting next to someone who was a little familiar with the White House. That person was Lucy Baines Johnson. And when I tell you that she is a wealth of information, I really mean that. And when we had an opportunity to talk about what she experienced as her father was president during a time in which, honestly, our country was on fire, and I would argue that, unfortunately, our country is on fire right now. When I first ran for office, I ran for the State House and said that we were in the midst of a modern-day civil rights movement, and I have not been convinced otherwise just yet. But this is the daughter of the president that signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. She was also there when he signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And to be perfectly honest, without that voting rights, I don't believe that I actually would have a seat in Congress. And so I do believe in preserving the fact that everyone should be entitled to real and true representation, because I do have a Section 2 seat as our Voting Rights Act has been decimated. But one of the stories that she told me was that her father asked her about coming over to the Congress for the signing of the bill as it relates to the Voting Rights Act. Now, for her, it was a bit inconvenient as an 18-year-old to have to leave the White House and go over to Congress. And she asked her father, why should we go over to the Congress, Daddy, to sign this particular bill? And she said, we need to go over to the Congress because we need to pay due respect to those members of Congress that knew that voting for this bill meant that they would not be returning to Congress, but they had the courage to do what was right for this country and make sure that everyone's voices were going to be heard. The one thing that we could do, the very small thing that we could do, is have a little bit of courage and decide that we are going to reinstitute this particular subcommittee, because unfortunately, I don't see the type of courage that the people that served back in the 60s had coming out of some of our colleagues. And so I'm asking you to do the courageous thing today and just institute a subcommittee that would make sure that we are looking out for those protections of everyone in this country, to make sure that we have real freedom, something that we all supposedly espouse to believe in. And with that, I will yield.
Mr. Chairman. Member seek recognition. Ms. Stansberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentle lady across the aisle demonstrating why we need civil rights. We need civil rights to protect all people, especially trans Americans who are under attack right now. I would like to yield the rest of my time to the gentle lady who is carrying the amendment.
I don't even know how we got there, because I tried to make it clear how many civil rights, it doesn't just boil down to one conversation, but I can see that somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, 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 so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not.
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I
Order,
am
please.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a child.
I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in order.
All right. Order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Is it allowed in the rules for a member to incite violence against another member? I mean, she said she wants to take it outside with.
Hey, I have the First Amendment right too,
And
young
so
man. I have the
I'd like
First
those
Amendment
words
right.
to be
I'm not
taken
gonna be a
down.
child.
I
I'm
am
not gonna
moving
be
to have
called a
those
child
words
by
taken
any
down.
of
I
you.
believe it's against the rules to
Going
incite
outside doesn't
violence
incite
against
violence.
another
You can have a
member of
conversation
Congress.
that isn't.
The committee will
interrupting this
suspend.
committee.
The member will state the words he wishes taken down.
Where she said that we can take it outside, which is direct violation against the rules, inciting violence against another member.
What rule? What rule? Cite the rule.
How does that incite violence?
Mr. Chairman, there are, if I might point out, Mr. Chairman, there are decorum rules in the House of Representatives.
And the two parliamentarians are discussing this right now. We'll suspend for a second. So the chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for the remainder of her 4 minutes that don't count towards the limit to debate. Then from there on, if there's further requests for debate, there'll be 7.5 minutes each time. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for her remaining 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final points that I was going to make is, while this amendment has to do with civil rights, for whatever reason, the colleague on the other side of the aisle decided to attack Democrats and pretend as if we do not look out for women. And I want to be clear that it's Democrats that were pushing for the Equal Rights Amendment, and I don't recall any Republicans supporting us having the Equal Rights Amendment. I also want to make it clear that just because someone fantasizes or wants to be dramatic about the idea of someone could be a quote unquote man in a locker room or in a bathroom, I've yet to hear an actual testimony of someone who, for whatever reason, has experienced this in real time. But I can tell you some real numbers and some real facts, because I don't like to live in fantasy when I'm talking about how I'm going to govern for the American people. The facts are, in my state alone, in the state of Texas, once they decided that they were going to overturn the Roe decision, 26,000 women then ended up raped. 26,000 is what we had reported. And that was only within about a year's time span. And when they reported those rapes, none of them seemed to have anything to do with trans folk. And I don't recall any legislation to help out those women in Texas and beyond that are actually dying we're not projecting may die, but are actually dying or have died in southern states that have decided that they wanted to go after our reproductive freedom. So as a woman in this country, as a Texan, and as a Black woman who, when we look at the numbers, and I believe in data and science, and I know that that escapes a lot of people in this chamber, but the numbers are clear that specifically Black women have always struggled when it came down to the maternal mortality rates in general. The fact that somebody who looks like me, no matter how much money they have, because I can remind you of a very wealthy tennis star that almost lost her life while trying to give birth. Some things I honestly just don't think should be partisan. And frankly, I do believe in privacy because honestly, I don't want none of y'all making decisions if I ever end up pregnant and have to decide what it takes for me to save my life. And I give the same opportunity for other women in this country to make decisions as they see fit. So while we look at how we protect women completely differently, I can tell you that at least in the 766,000 women or 766,000 constituents that I represent, I have had them come to me concerned about whether or not they could survive childbirth. But I have not had a single person in my district tell me that they were concerned that they may be raped.
Okay. Am I unmuted? Because you muted my mic. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Good. Listen, she invited her to go outside. Oh, we can't take it outside. Listen, these Karens, I've had the same thing. Well, we know that you're not going to get up. What are you going to do, Tonya? Listen, I'm going to do my job. I need you to do yours. And so as Black women, we do have to deal with Karens in politics, because Black women, if we express our displeasure, then they want to say you're ghetto or we're overexpressive and all that. No, we're just tired of your mess, because we do know that in our Black culture, they steal our music, they steal what our bodies are made like, our lips, our butts. They want to get all of these things to be like us, and they don't like us, a lot of them. They don't even like us, but they want to emulate us by getting their bodies built like us. I remember in school, it was not cool to, Black women are traditionally, genetically, you may have more curves. Like you were conscious about your body because of what you're genetically, what you're made up of, your genes. That's on God. And so Jasmine Crockett has to come in here. She had Marjorie Taylor Greene coming after her. She got this Nancy woman. These women continuously go after this very smart Black woman who is a licensed city attorney for the 30th District Congressional, who stands up and speaks out. And if you talk crazy to her, she's going to clap back and get you together. Why do they feel that Black women have to be docile? That bothers me. When people say, Tonya, we don't want you to be saying stuff. Don't tell me that, because y'all not me. I'm not y'all. Same thing with Jasmine Crockett. She got a right to speak up. You have to go outside. Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's what she called a bad-built, blind, bad-built, butch body, blonde or whatever, because you get tired. She hit her with 6 B words and obliterated her. Quit telling us as Black women that you want to tame us when we have had to continue to fight for us, our homes, our community. Quit telling us you want to tame us, because when you bring us something, it's broken and you want us to fix it. Quit telling us as Black women when 90+% of us showed up. Because now you complain you don't want Trump, but 90% plus of women showed up to vote for somebody that wasn't trying to name the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. Somebody who said when you get COVID, drink bleach. We show up and do our job. Show up and do your job to support Black women who are supporting our communities, our families. Show up for, quit telling us how we need to talk. Don't do that. Quit telling us you want us to be quiet. But when you got a whole full-blown mess, you want us to fix it. Well, can you help me? Well, when you created this problem, you didn't think it was going to have this problem, but now you need my help? And y'all know I just love it. You call me, you did something wrong, then you need my help. Oh, I give it as Carol say, the rigmarole. But I'm going to help my community. Don't silence me. And check those who lying on those who fighting for our community, who want to damage the reputations. People trying to damage Jasmine Crockett's reputation because she's an outspoken Black woman for the 30th Congressional Congress for her community. And what do we get? Folks who want her gone, who talk about her. And very often, even in her community, some of the folks who are trying to get rid of her is the same color as her, the same gender as her. She got some jealous women coming after her. That woman goes in there and puts up the fight, and they're coming at her. Not just the white women. She got the white men. She got to fight for her community. And then she has to fight and say some things. You have to just give it to God and not be thrown off track. But don't be telling me not to speak out. And no. Because when I sit there in my seat and I watch seniors get thrown out, people who are living in their cars asking for help with their roofs on a walker get thrown out. When Councilman Mays is removed from his seat for 30 days, then 90 days, then I was removed from my seat for 30 days, had to get attorneys, took it to court and won with a 22-page descendant with Judge Brian Paquel. Don't tell me how to fight because I want to win. You're not going to run all over me. I'm going to take it to the Lord and ask him to help me get what I need. Because some of these people around here, baby, they only here for the foolishness. Straight foolishness and foolery. Ain't never seen them at a water handout. Ain't never seen them at a food handout. Ain't never seen them at the $1.7 million, 7 million protests we done had. Don't come for me when I've been doing the work. Don't do that. And so when you want to tell Black women what we go to sleep with and wake up with, that you want to temper our voices when our community is not right, don't tell Tonya Burns to temper herself. I don't do this thing because I ain't got nothing else to do. I do this because if I don't tell you what's going on, who gonna do it? News don't even have the weathermen. Channel 12 canceling them. Y'all can't get the weather in Flint. How you gonna get anything else? I'm away. I give you the document so that when I'm talking, I'm not talking and pulling stuff out the air. I'm talking and telling you that what you need to hear. I'm showing you and written and video. I'm drawing you a picture. I'm connecting your dots. Get involved or get left behind. Simple as that. Have no reason to come on here and lie to y'all. None. I'm telling you, and it's something I can't even talk about yet. I can't even talk to my friends about it. Now I'm telling you. And they just, oh, no, we get it. No. But when I can, I'm going to tell you. But what doesn't stop for Black women is our fight. Inherently, it is something in our genetic makeup that makes us fight for our communities. Right now, I need my community to help us fight for what's right. I need Flint to help us fight. Literally, I said in all like, and I'm watching these things, and so the holidays for me, y'all. I love a Black documentary. Give me a documentary, love it. Love documentaries. And my favorite was the Lawrence Fishburne, when he's doing the life of Thurgood Marshall. Love it, and it's like the stage play one. Because I love the theater, y'all. And when we look at how these people had to fight, how many disappointments would they have? What they endured. We had a 5 and dime downtowns, where they had the lunch counter. And in down south, you couldn't sit at it. You wasn't allowed in there to sit at the lunch counter. They wasn't serving you. Weren't serving your black behind. And then we had the freedom riders when they would go there. And they had trained them to show them that you're going to be spit on your hair, pulled salt, sugar, ketchup, anything, food poured on your head, so they can fight for your right to vote, and you don't vote, and you don't even show up to fight for yourself. Now, I get that our history, a lot of we didn't have things that was in there. The 666 wasn't in there. I thought the only person they thought when I graduated from high school, only person they ever idolized was guess who? Martin Luther King. And I got to the point I remember saying the words, I'm so tired of Dr. King. Because that in your soul there was some greatness with somebody else. And I love the library. Loved the public library. And we didn't have Google back then when I graduated. Whatnot. Now, I love me some Google now. We didn't have YouTube. I remember the floppy disk came out in computer classes and different things. And when I took them, I was in high school and I took classes over at my college. I wanted to learn. My thirst to learn was there. Am I going to do everything right? Absolutely not. But my fight is always going to be for my community. So when you get the naysayers who come in here and talk crazy, we need to back them away like a gnat and like a fly. Fact check them and keep it moving. Because the real thing is, you have a project going in Monday Township that will affect the people and the living here, because we have infrastructure. We have got all the utilities, water, gas, fiber optics. We got the highways. We got an airport. We got 475, 69. Our streets are already paved. It's a plug and play. Plug and play. Put a neighborhood down right here. Let's put a new development down right here. Because when you get 55,000 jobs, 55 billion, which is Michigan's largest project, 10,000 jobs is anticipated. So where do you get the number from housing? They anticipate every person that's got a job is going to need a housing. Flint is in Genesee County, y'all. Wake up. Wake up. I believe in economic development, but get involved. Don't let people put, there's programs to say that when they're coming in, if we're not asking for it, you're not going to get it. I remember the former Michigan State Post Commander, Yvonne. She found in Shiawassee County that they were giving grant money to people for a program that's predominantly Caucasian white. And this program, if you got a ticket for speeding or your tail light was out or your baby didn't have a car seat, this program, these monies allowed her to purchase things for the community, such as car seat. We're not going to ticket you for having a car seat. We're going to get you a car seat and make your life better. Your tail light out, we're going to help you get your tail light fixed or your front headlight fixed. Instead of continuously penalizing, help you to be better. Because when you can't drive your car because you're getting polluted by the police, you can't go to work. If you can't go to work, you can't pay your rent. You can't go to work, you can't pay your mortgage, you can't pay your insurance. You can't buy groceries. So she had a grant that she helped put back into this community. I want people like that to champion for our community. And everybody's sitting up here saying, oh, well, this and this and that. And I'm so tired of the naysayers. You can charge every garbage you want to me. But let me tell you, if it sounds like a lie, it's a lie. Trust me, y'all. I'd have been lying on so much. Some of the stuff be such convoluted lies. My vote for Jaleel, convoluted for these people explanation. Simply this. I wanted to hear from him. Me and Jaleel did not get along. We did not. Jaleel was caught himself coming after me on social media for Mayor Neely. I told this to him. I ain't told this to nobody. I don't have these friendships with these people saying, oh, I know. Trust me, they don't know. And they're lying to y'all. I'm telling you. So when I said I wanted to have a private conversation with Jaleel, I did. I said Jill was doing a good job. I know he was there assisting and asking questions with the Hurley board, with the person who did pass away in the lobby. I wanted to have a private conversation. I'm entitled to do that. I am. I can do that. I'm not putting Jaleel and me, and when we had it out, I remember getting out of my car one day, and he was sitting at the front of City Hall, and he said something smart to me, and what I said to him, and he said to it was Kiana Towns came out her office. She was the communications director then. Y'all know that they had about 12 communications directors, maybe about 7 or 8. But Kiana Towns came out and she's like, Tanya, you okay? No, I got tired of this man who kept attacking me on social media. But we've talked since then. We've talked. And so I did not know that was coming up. And Candace's thing, well, quit saying, ain't nobody listening to Candace. Not at all. And she ain't fooling nobody. So let's stop people from making y'all to believe that, oh, it's a kumbaya. Like, it's the business. The other stuff I'm not concerned with. So with him, I did want to have, and I said it to him, I would like to have a personal conversation. That's what grown-ups do. We talk in private. That's what we do. So stop believing the people who speculate and telling all these lies. And when they said that I was at somebody's house on Father's Day, near Father's Day, yes, I was, to pick up an order. I picked up the order because I support Black business, I support Black products, and I support Black business in my community. Absolutely. And I picked it up. This whole convoluted story and lie was just a lie. That person asked me to this day, and that was June 2020, if I would please not say anything. I gave that person my word on what they asked me to not say. Asked me to not say. And I have not. But you keep testing me. Keep testing me if you want to. Because now people got sending me all kind of garbage that I don't even want. I don't even want. Stop testing me. That's not my focus. Don't tell no convoluted lies about me. I kept my promise to be quiet on that. And then it's been added more to it. That stuff was just, my thing with Jalil is nothing more than I want to know, my it's a private conversation. Because we had that, but we have had cordial conversations. I told him from my seat, I saw the work that you've done. So people need to stop all this trying to incite something and like they just somebody coming to them. No, I'm not coming to nobody with nothing, like I promise y'all. No, I want to have a conversation with Jalil. That's the end of it. Nothing more, nothing less. Simple as that. So people need to stop that garbage. Don't speak. I'm very well at speaking for myself. Hell, I just spoke 5 hours and 16 minutes last week and they was mad about that. So I can speak for myself. I have that quality. God blessed me with that. Okay. I can speak for myself. So my conversation will be private with Jalil. That person, I believe they said had a problem with Jalil. I don't know nothing. Well, I take that back. I do now know because somebody called and told me. But I'm not putting people's businesses out there. I'm not doing that. But stay out of mine, especially when you're wrong. When you're wrong. And let me say this. There will be no apologies. Understand that. I'm not and what you better be lucky is that I didn't go in. I can withstand a whole lot of stuff, and what God brought me from and brought me through. No, don't get on there and try to say somebody over. You better go on and sit down. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. Producer Jack, put up Birth of a Nation. I want to talk about some key things. Thank you. Producer Jay, you that man. When Black men are called predators, I'm a mom of 2 Black young men who check the black box. I am born of a Black father. I have got 14 Black uncles just on my daddy's side that raised me. And what now? Look, y'all, I couldn't date. I remember trying to sneak and talk on the phone to my little boyfriend in 8th grade, Melvin Hunt. They snatched the cord out the wall and told my grandma, you ain't talking to nobody. So I am protective of the Black man. And I'm going to tell you why I am protective of the Black man. And when people so loosely call our Black men predators, you better, and before you call somebody a predator, you better check to make sure where you get your information from, or you better give me a call. There's a whole lot to go to that, because you have other men in them groups soliciting or talking to other women too. You might need to do that. People with keys to people's house. You gonna don't do that. And she better, don't you ever get on here and demand I give you an apology. Check yourself when you come for me, because your information is shipwreck all of y'all. All of y'all. When it comes to being a predator, Why I'm protective. African Americans are most frequently stereotyped as being hypersexual, athletic, uncivilized, uneducated, and violent. Young urban African American men, again, young urban African American men, are frequently labeled as gangsters, players. Black men are also stereotyped to be hyper masculine, hyper violent, athletes, gangsters, and thugs. So, to the individual, because I'm going to try to keep my words within the purview of nothing that may be a four-letter word that may need to be combined, don't come for Black men because I'm going to check you on them. You're defending people that you need to check that cash apps, purses, keys to other people's houses, and people calling me with this mess. You don't, as a white man, get to come after a Black man and you got the wrong information. How dare you do that? Calling anybody a predator and you don't even know what's going on. You better ask them for the information who all was trying to see. Stay out of people. I've said this. Stay out of people's personal lives. Stick to the business. You have no business. And you can call me and matter of fact, I'll send you the video, the screenshots of I'm gonna send it all to you because you don't stop coming for me. We're gonna funeralize this, put a nail in it, coffin it, stick it in the vault, and bury it down. But when you come after Black men, you're gonna stop doing that. Calling somebody a predator. And let me tell you, because I'm gonna give you a history. D.W. Griffin did a movie right after the Reconstruction. After the slaves were freed, there were slaves in Congress. They didn't teach us this in high school, y'all. They never taught us that Black people held office back then, before they came up with Jim Crow laws. 100 years later, what types of legacy of birth of a nation? D.W. Griffin had his debut when he played in, I forget the president's office then, and it was in theaters where white people stood in awe. They showed on this movie, it was black and white. There was no sound, and it was Black men who were savages, uncivilized. They showed them because Black men were in Congress then and held political seats because we did not have Jim Crow laws yet. And they showed them with their boots off, mud on their feet, kicked up on their desk while they in Congress, or their House of Representatives was in session, eating raw meat like they were cavemen, holding the big giant turkey leg or lamb leg, a rack of a lamb leg, and they eating it and with their feet up, showing Black men as uncivilized. Then as you go into the movie, you can get it on YouTube, y'all. Because when it gets to sensitive, when we got white men calling Black men predators and don't understand, the end, towards almost the end, you have a Black man, but they have blackface in the movie. They show a white woman, a Black man chasing after her because he's hypersexual. He wants to rape the white woman. And she jumps off the cliff to her death. So what happens then? The Ku Klux Klan comes. They go to his house, which the Ku Klux Klan rolled to people's house. These are stories that my grandfather in the South told me about. My uncles in the South, my Uncle Ollie, which I told y'all about. When the Klan come to your house for you looking at another white woman. And so, look at Emmett Till, what they did to him. Look how they went after people who fought for us, Medgar Evers. But when we get to when the Klan was come to your house, they would tell you to give up the person. They shoot, to kill everybody in the house, torch the house. And so it shows in this movie, D.W. Griffin, they're coming to the house, getting the Black man out the house, because he was a ravaged, hypersexualized Black man who wanted, that's what they think of our Black men. They call us predators. It's like Donald Trump that he praises, who spoke about this, who praises Donald Trump, talked about the Central Park 5 and then refused to apologize. You have to watch some of these people when they present who they are. So 100 years later, what do people think? They created Jim Crow laws. It is still with my grandfathers and my uncles. I remember sitting in my Uncle Buddy garage. And Uncle Buddy would I don't know why he drank old Milwaukee beer, y'all. Worst beer ever. He sit in that garage with this old Milwaukee beer and talk about how he would be, he worked at Chevrolet and how he was treated. First time I ever heard the term Peckerwood and Cracker was from my Uncle Buddy, as he said how they did him. And he was a darker skinned black man. He had real dark skin that was very silky smooth, and what he went through. A lot of our history is not written in books, but it's oral history. It's oral history. So when we talk about 1919, KKK calls for lynching of a black man. 1989, Trump calls for penalty for innocent black and brown youth. They came to find out they had already knew in the Central Park Five who had raped the young lady, the jogger. They asked him, is he going to apologize? He said no. They were called dogs, savages, hypersexualized. They were called predators. They called these black men predators. Predators. And you got the nerve to say something with somebody which other people are calling to say was consensual to people talking. You better get with some facts, because I'll give you what I got. I'll give you what I got. And you're going to have a whole different look out on this. I promise you that. It'll be a whole different look. But when you call black men predators, and you think Donald Trump is great, he took out the whole ad in the New York Times. Call them savages, wolves, and they were animals. And come to find out, they run those 5 young men's life. One now sits on the New York City Council. But you destroyed them, calling them predators. Calling them predators. You won't, and Tonya Burns present, talk about a black man. I'm going to check you when you're wrong. You better check some correspondence and check some cash apps is what you better do. And then going to tell me what I need to, you need to apologize. Call me. I'll give you everything that I got. You just make sure you have the time for it. That's what you better do. And so when we talk about that, yes, it's a sensitive topic to me, because I'm a mom of 2 black young men. You got to be careful what y'all out here listening to and believing. You got to be careful, because before I go into something, look, I need to know. I need to know what correspondence you have. I need to know the text messages. I need to see the cash app. I need to see the videos. I want to see them. So what he might want to do is call that other person and apologize, because you got somebody else too, 2 or 3 more people. So you need to check that, but don't come for me telling me don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. That's what you're not going to do. That's what you're not going to do. Respect. It's like we have to often beg for respect. We got to go through so much as black people. And then you allow somebody who think they acclimated themselves to us, but then they show who their true colors are. And anybody who didn't check him for calling him a predator, shame on y'all. With the information I have, call me up. I'll give it to you. I don't care who calls. I'll give it to you. Call me up. I'll give it to you. You have a whole different outlook. I'm going to tell you, whole different outlook. So we're going to open up the phone lines from here. There will be no apologies from Tonya Burns, especially when somebody chooses to come after me week after week and lie and say, man, one reference that we are old cougar. Man, and you got some people who some bobcats that's in their 40s talking to 30-year-olds. So I don't like young men, because there ain't no conversation for me. Sorry. And stay out of people's personal lives and mind your own business. I'm too busy with my personal life to care about somebody else's Don't try to say that in the same show with me. How dare you do that? Okay. Producer Jay, are you on there?
Yeah, I'm here now. Only thing I gotta say is clip that.
Listen, I don't block anybody, because I want them to listen. And hopefully I've helped him with his miseducation of black men. 1, watch Birth of a Nation. Number 2, go back and see how it affected the Central Park 5, where you're calling prayer. And then we had the super predator law. Y'all remember that they passed into law? They were calling black men in the crack epidemic. They didn't get you for cocaine, because that was a rich white people drug, but they got you for crack cocaine. They were super predator criminals. So when you say predator, Man, you tick me off. Don't do that. Not when I know when I graduated from high school. And look, in my big old age, okay, when somebody ain't even 5, 6 years younger than me, okay, in my big age that God blessed me, that I know that those young men, you had 3 choices, majority that they thought. You went into the military, you went into college if your family could to go, or you were a drug dealer. You sold drugs, crack, the crack epidemic. They call them super predators. Know your education before you run your ill-advised mouth. Don't do that. But call me. I'll give you the text messages. I'll give you, because I asked for them, and God probably should have did that before. I'll give you the text message. I'll give you the videos. I'll give you the cash. I'll give it all to you. Is what I'll do. So I'm tired of the mess. I'm tired of just the God. It's not my focus. And I waited to the last to cover this because it's not something that's important, but it's something that we have to be very careful and cautious of. When people come into our, I'll call a black man a predator and don't even know this. Do your research, since you claim to be so researchy. Do your research. You didn't do no research, but look, call me. You got my number. You did say I answer my phone. Said about this. She answered her phone about the shot, answered her phone about the club, answered her phone about the gunshot. Da, da, da. Yeah, and I'm gonna answer for this. I'll send you everything too. I'll send it all to you. Because you're gonna be embarrassed when you get it. You're gonna be embarrassed. You really are. Apology need to go to the person you had the audacity to call a predator. Okay. Do we want to open up the phone lines? Producer Jay keep going out on me, y'all.
No, because we got a delay in the phone. I mean, we got a delay, so it's not going to work.
Okay, it's not work. Okay, so
because you're not on your laptop to be able to. It's a delay from me to you.
Okay, so since we do have the delay, we are not going to go on. But I'm gonna tell you all this. I covered that at the very last, and there was a lot of information. Support Hasselbring this Wednesday at 9 a.m. They need your support. I think it's not too late for Mayor Neely to go back to the table with Beverly Lewis to come and to work on a deal with clean hands with each other that will benefit our community. The center was not running correctly before without her, and so she has been in good standing. I would like to see the administration extend not an olive branch, but a tree to them, not just a branch, a tree, so that we can move together and have some healing in this community. Shutting that center, even changing, it will be political suicide for him. So if anybody out there, y'all need to tell him that's political suicide. That's going to hunt you. People going to use it. And he already got people saying that they're going to run. And he know which one. And they're going to use this. They like sitting up waiting. They're not telling you, Mayor Neely, that you need to fix this. They're not telling you, Mayor Neely, to fix this because they're going to use it against you. They're not saying to you, you can't do this. They're not saying to you, you got to work this out. Why? This is going to be the biggest political thing that they're going to use against you. They are. So I would like to see this administration come to the table with her, with open minds, open hearts, so that we can make sure we don't have a disruption in feeding our seniors, to make sure that as we're rising with the number of seniors who are receiving meals, that we are doing what we can do to feed them, especially when we have a food desert and difficulty to food access in our community. So I want to thank, we can't open up the lines, y'all, because we got problems. So I do want to say, thank y'all for watching. Producer Jay, how many hours do we have? It's a delay, y'all. I'm looking at 4 hours.
You're looking at can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We're looking at 4:05.
So listen, your girl nails ain't done. I've been popping them off one by one. And look, I'm not giving anybody a finger, but I messed up this one finger where I slammed it in the door. The nail got popped off, and I will not get my little nails done. So I'm not giving anybody the finger, but y'all can see where it's a little bluey, it's looking a little lighter, but I messed it up. And so I do want to say this, support our cancer cluster study that Arthur Woodson is doing. Go to his, I don't know if he's got the full video, but he needs to put up the full video. And that is so hard to watch. While we worried about super predator or predators and all of this, we got all kind of things, food access. We got people who issues for homelessness. We got, got pets who out in the winter with they got problems with them. It's so many things our community needs. And I hope, and it is my prayer that someday that some of the things that are built up of walls can be torn down to focus on one thing. Somebody had put in there that this is what that they like is that we are all fighting. And several people, I've seen this before. And they're correct. But what is their fight? If you want to know the truth of me, you can give me a call. Everybody got my number. It's on the city website. Call me and we can talk. I'm for my community. I hope and pray that this Wednesday that something will be worked out, that the city of Flint and Beverly Lewis will be victorious. They'll be able to work. It's a win-win. Because if he don't do it when he run, they're gonna kill him with this. It is political suicide. There will be a disruption in services. It will. This is the only meal that some seniors get every day. It's the only meal. And we have a responsibility to help that center and not hamper it. So, I appreciate everybody in there. Listen, donate to, put that up. You ain't put that up. Donate to $ Cash App Producer J87. And you are darn skippy. I'm going to rep my producer. Absolutely. I'm going to rep him because I couldn't do this. I couldn't bring to y'all what my feelings were and emotions on my history with calling a Black man a predator without my producer, because there's a lot of stuff we go through. And sometimes we don't even get to all the stuff. I couldn't do this without y'all. I couldn't do it. I appreciate my moderators in there. Sheena Beckton, Patrick G. I think Stephanie Rogers was moderating. I appreciate y'all. Auntie M, tell me some research. Yeah, Auntie M, you got something. When they acting, yeah, they need to be more researchy. Absolutely. But look, I got it all. Call me. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But when you go to involve me in y'all mess, listen, y'all, keep your private lives to yourselves, okay? What you do personally in your bedroom behind your door should be private. Don't be bringing it out onto social media, bringing in other people, because then it get ugly. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. And definitely keep my name out your garbage. Definitely do that. So I appreciate everybody in here. Keep Flint in prayer. And look, we need the help from outsiders. I needed help from Scripps News, but Carrie Cochran. Without her, the state would not have taken over getting a service line. Carrie Cochran, Scripps, outsider. Girl, you that one. Women rock, women rock. Carrie kept us on the map. Carrie and working with Melissa Mays with NRDC, they are the reasons why why the state took it over. And Congressman Kildee, now over the Community Foundation, I'm glad because he will continue to fight for Flint, for being bold enough to speak your truth, that if I send you money into the city, you have a responsibility to do what's right with it. Again, Congressman Kildee being bold enough to speak about out loud about monies being sent. Congressman Kildee, now over the community, I don't know what his specific title is. Thank you for that, because you did fight for your city. You fought to get us funds. And if they were misappropriated, you got to blame that on the leadership who getting ready to close the senior center. They'll take it over, according to him and Leon El Alamin. It's been, Miss Bev not going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. Miss Bev getting ready, they trying to give her the boot. So with them mismanaging the ARPA funds, with them removing the senior, man, by the time they finish with your list, those who are quiet now, Mayor Neely, they're going to use that against you. And they're going to win. I promise you. They're going to win. They're going to use that against you. Because and House of Esther, Y'all have forget the House of Esther. Y'all see the leader, donate to the Tonya Burns Show to producer J87, $ producer J87. Or you can donate to, you go on Hasselbring, donate to them. They need money for an attorney. Hasselbring Center needs help for an attorney. So with Mayor Neely kicking out the babies, the teenage moms out of House of Esther, not good. Him, oh, wait a minute, hold on, we're going to do the list. The Mitchell boys, him interfering in that. That's going to cost the city $50 million. Well, the two little boys, unfortunately and sadly, lost their lives in the fire, and he intervened. That's number one. Number two, Chief Ray Barton firing him, and that's a $10 million. I believe that they are in a settlement process now. He asked for $10 million. We up to $60 million, y'all. Then let's talk about him putting out the House of Esther, putting out the teens, and they broke in the building, stole everything out, the baby cribs, the blankets, everything, the clothes, everything, putting them out and lock the doors on them. The senior center, you're locking the doors, so you're going to take it over. You're disrupting the day-to-day services that our seniors so desperately need. They're going to use those four things without a doubt, and they're going to run against you. And I've seen how some of these people are fighting for power, and they're setting themselves up. They're going to run against you, and they will win, because you went against the people. You don't go against the people. Seniors vote. The mismanagement of the ARPA funds, the service line replacement. Come on now. You done given them so much ammunition. Get somebody around you who's going to tell you the truth. Because right now, you done gave them a whole booklet on how to run. They could just win on running a negative ad campaign on you. They can. And you think that they not putting it together. This is off the top of my head, that you don't think that they're putting it together? Man, come on. Ain't nobody really came and said, hey, let's keep the senior center open. Let me march with them. Let me show up. You know why? Because they're going to use it against you in your reelection in 2026. The Mitchell boys, Chief Ray Barton, Hasselbring, House of Esther, the funding for the service line replacement that you missed over 4 deadlines, the ARPA fund money. Man, that's 6 things. They're going to use it against you. So what you can do is autocorrect yourself, have somebody who around you. Hey, you need to call Hasselbring. If you're running for re-election, we're going to need to work that out. Give her a call. That's what you should be doing. Give her a call. Producer Jay, any closing words?
Nope. Somebody in your chat said that Adele was probably on her couch sleep by now.
Well, she can wake up and start where she left at. It's an hour early for her. Look, I don't do a show every day. I don't have time during the week, so I do it on the Saturday. Because if I got the information, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to fight for my community, and that's not going to change.
Yep.
Simple
So
as that.
when she wakes up, tell her to hit that cash out for Hasselbring Senior Center.
But she used to be up there all the time, so absolutely.
Yep. They really
Absolutely.
need, so, but no, I don't. I don't think you're able to see the chat, right?
I can see it on my other phone. I can. And I'm scrolling down through it now. So I want to thank the 5-8 Mafia Records, Patrick G, Bishop T. Priestley, Jessica Stewart, Julian 724, Christina Lee, Sheena B, Merck 76, Jasmine M, Jade Williams, Shanetta Woods. Michael Clack is on here talking about the Michael Clack. You need to call me when I'm off of here. Christy, Tasha Lynn, Auntie M. And listen, I got to go back up the other way now. That's a Julian 24. Brittany. Look, she spelled out hyphenated. Brittany. TMB. Oh God. I think I saw Ty on there. Angela Lynette. I seen, look, I have not live, laugh, love. It's so many people. And mine ain't going back up too far, y'all. Because I normally I like saying, I don't know why. Gutter black. Gutter black. I like saying that. And I didn't see on here Birdie B. I ain't seen Birdie B. I like saying that too. like when you run across certain names. So Cheryl Hart. Listen, I appreciate each and every one that took your time to spend with us. And a special thanks to you. Special thanks to you. For I appreciate you, the work that you do. I could not do this without you. So thank you, everybody. It is, we've been on here. What times? We want them to get the time right. How long we've been on here? 4 hours and 19. It's 17 minutes. Oh, look, I see that up in the corner now. So we off an hour early. And so the content was about, number one, we're going to close. Elected officials taking money, not reporting it, and voting on their own nonprofits. How you give your nonprofit $75,000 and you vote on it? Trying to say, well, I had nothing to do. Yeah, girl, you on that bank account. You was a director. You was the president. Don't come in here with that. So maybe she can wake up to see, look, I'm going to close with that part. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you for spending your time with us and with me. I thank you for that. I know it's Sunday. It's cold outside. Thank you. Thank you. And I got the best producer in the world, Producer Jay. Hey, Producer Jay. Because he rocks with me with all the information. And as you all can see, we put up the documentation. We put up the documents and we talk about it. Y'all, take a look over on Arthur Whitson's page. I'm going to tell him to put the whole video. I don't know if that's the whole one or not, but it is pinned to the top of his page. Support him with his cancer cluster study. This Wednesday, Carol and Stephanie on 7:00 p.m. on YouTube and Facebook. Carol and Steph. Then support them with Dr. Mayor Karen Weaver, or Mayor Dr. Karen Weaver. They are on Urban News Network this Thursday at 7. So Wednesday and Thursday, back to back, you're going to see Steph with the good mayor, Mayor Dr. Karen Weaver, former Mayor Dr. Karen Weaver. And she has Black Money Matters. She's got, I don't even know her, she's got Clutching Your Pearls. And she got some other show too that's on. So listen, support this Wednesday. They will be on Women Supporting Women. Women support. Well, I done supported some guys too, y'all. So I didn't support. Take yourselves over to Arthur Whitson's page and look at that cancer cluster study. And so, it's Producer Jay. Why my screen pink? Okay, look. I love y'all. What was the pink? What was you getting ready to put up?
No. So, we're using Restream tonight. So that's a little few issues that we're having with Restream. We're not using StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna talk about that. So anyway.
So Restream is doing some funny acting stuff on the side. So I was getting I was queuing up your outro, but
okay. Well, listen, hey y'all. Again, thank y'all and thank you, Producer Jay. Thank y'all. Don't look at my busted up nails, y'all, because I don't like to suck them in acetone. So I'm officially taking them off myself. Yes, I'm breaking them off actually. And so thank y'all for joining me, giving me your time. I hope I was able to add something beneficial, something that you could use in your life or be able to share with someone. Hopefully that in my 4 hours of information, it was something that you could use and utilize. I want to say thank you to the insiders, the outsiders, the around the siders. I could not do this without you. This is a product and a production of everybody. And of course, my producer and my moderator. Shout out to my moderators. So I appreciate y'all. Producer Jay, take us out of here. Love y'all.
It's the Tonya Burns show, don't you know? Like and share, let's make it glow. Flint City News, we bring the heat. When we fight, we beat defeat. I won't give up, I won't stand down. This city's heart